Okay, we are ready to roll, folks. Thanks for being here tonight for this reconvened public hearing, Wednesday, April the 4th, 2012, on the Broadway and Kingsway Rise Alliance proposal. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
This is a reconvened special council meeting for the purpose of holding a public hearing to consider zoning and development and sign bylaw amendments for 228 to 246 East Broadway and 180 Kingsway, with Mayor Robertson in the chair. Councillor Affleck. Here. Councillor Ball is on sick leave. Councillor Carr. Here. Councillor Deal. Here. Councillor Jang. Here. Councillor Louis. Here. Councillor Meggs. Councillor Reimer is on sick leave. Councillor Stevenson has a leave of absence. Councillor Chang. Yes. You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this is the reconvened meeting called back to order for the CD1 rezoning 228 to 246 East Broadway and 180 Kingsway. We are still in committee of the whole as council, and we recessed on March the 17th was our last meeting. Was it the 27th? Sorry, March 27th. So a couple of announcements just before we begin. If we do not finish tonight, and that is a very likely scenario, we are on speaker number 149, I believe. Eric Baskerville, 149, starting tonight, and there are at this point 278 people registered to speak. So if we do not finish tonight, Thursday, tomorrow night, April the 5th, at 6 p.m. is reserved as another backup night. So that's for those of you who are farther down on the speakers list. The odds are good that we will be reconvening tomorrow night as a backup night. That said, we do have, I don't see maybe the number of people here yet. People may show up as the night goes on, but I will just go over a couple of the key pieces related to how the public hearing is going to proceed. Speakers need to limit their remarks to 5 minutes. There's a screen counting down that time in front of you. I will give you a heads up at the 5-minute mark as well. Council made amendments at the end of March. They were enacted to the city's procedure bylaw. And as mentioned on the previous evenings in this public hearing, these amendments apply to this public hearing now that those changes have been enacted. What is consistent is that speakers keep their remarks pertinent to the merits of the applications that are being considered here. Please also state whether you are in support of or opposed to the application. And those who are speaking on behalf of 3 or more persons or 3 or more organizations will have up to 8 minutes to speak. The persons or the representatives of those organizations must also be present in that circumstance. Any additional comments can be submitted in writing to mayorandcouncil@vancouver.ca, and all the written comments must be received no longer than 1,500 words. So we welcome the PowerPoint presentations, some of which we've had before council on this public hearing, but the 1,500 word limit is something that council can go through. They need to be received no longer than 15 minutes after the end of the speakers list, and then council will have the opportunity to go through those written submissions before we move on to debate and decision on this matter. If you're using an interpreter this evening, both you and the interpreter will need to be at the speaking podium together, and we ask the interpreter to interpret every few sentences. And that's basically the rundown on our speaking process and how we move along from here. I'll ask Madam Clerk to read the summary of additional correspondence received since our last meeting.
The following additional correspondence has been received by Council since March 27th. 10 additional letters in support of the application, 9 additional letters in opposition of the application, 2 additional letters which provided other comments. These numbers represent correspondence received by the City Clerk's office up to 5 p.m. today, April 4th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we will start off, before we start back into the speakers list, we'll start with staff sharing information that Council has previously requested during this hearing. We do have 2 yellow memos, one from our legal services and one from the Planning Department. They have been circulated to Council today. They are posted on the website as well, on the agenda web page for this public hearing. So we have more information there, and Ms. Yardley McNeil is here from our Rezoning Center to give us an update responding to the questions from councillors. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and we're getting back to you tonight on the 7 questions you asked us last week at the March 27th hearing night. So we have a couple of presentations this evening. Jerry DeBoboni from Engineering will start it off, and there's a PowerPoint, followed by Jim DeHoof from Housing and Peter Birch from Planning, and then I will close it off with the last couple of questions. So with that, Jerry, if you could start.
Thank you. So there were two general issues or questions that I wanted to respond to. The first one was concern that as a result of the project, it was going to make it worse for 10th Avenue, for the 10th Avenue bikeway. And the second question was specific in terms of how would a separated bikeway work on 10th Avenue when there's existing driveways along that corridor. So with respect to the first question, and then if we can bring up the PowerPoint to answer the second one. So in terms of 10th Avenue is a very important bikeway in the city, and we're keenly aware of that. So from the onset of staff's involvement in this project, that's been one of the key mitigations that we've been concerned with. So actually, as a result of this project and the mitigation that is attached to this project, it would make it actually better for cyclists on 10th Avenue, and essentially for 4 reasons. The first reason is that part of the mitigation is to reduce it from a two-way. It's currently a two-way car travel to a one-way street. And by switching it to one-way, it would reduce the number of vehicles on the street from somewhere between 210 to 220 vehicles, which is currently down to about 130 to 170 vehicles at the busiest hour. So by switching it from two-way to one-way, it reduces the number of vehicles from what's there currently. Secondly, as a part of this project, there's a left turn bay that is included to be added at Kingsway onto Broadway, where currently left turns for vehicles going north on Kingsway, turning west onto Broadway, that movement is restricted and not allowed. This project would fund a left turn bay at that intersection. And right now, vehicles are doing a shortcut through 10th Avenue because they're not allowed to make the left turn at Broadway. So that would reduce an additional 50 vehicles per hour off of 10th Avenue. So that's the second factor to reduce vehicles. Third is that as part of this project, we are also including as mitigation separated bikeway along 10th Avenue. So that again would improve the situation for cyclists. And fourthly, by switching 10th Avenue to a one-way, one of the big areas for conflict is at intersections. And so by having one-way traffic now, we reduce one direction of traffic flow, which reduces one direction of turning movements at the intersections, and so it reduces the number of conflict points. When we look at those intersections along 10th Avenue, it reduces the number of conflict points by reducing the direction of flow. So there's four ways that it actually improves safety for cyclists. Second question was how would the separation work? And so it's burning my nose. How would the separation work given that there is currently driveway access? So in the long term, as those properties redevelop, we would look at taking driveway access off of another street, not off of the bike route. But in the meantime, while there are while there are driveways there, we would do it in the same design approach that we took in the downtown separated bike lanes. So where we have lane access, one option is to leave a gap in the median. So this is where the lanes cross the separated bikeway, just like a driveway. You could leave a gap for vehicles to cross, or in other areas, we used a painted separation as opposed to a physical barrier. This is also downtown, where you see lane access, but there's trucks that need to cross the separation here to back in and do the loading at the Hudson's Bay. This is on Densmere between Richards and Seymour. And so where we have an area where there's a lot of vehicles needing to cross, then we could simply do the separation with a painted separation. And again, the long-term goal would be to get those driveways off the bikeway and take access off another street. So we feel the mitigation is better for cyclists in 4 ways, and this is how we would make the separation work where there's existing driveways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of Council. My name is Jim DeHope, Managing Director of Social Development, and I've been asked to address one question raised. I think this Councillor Carr, I believe, asked about the impact of increased density on affordability in the neighbourhood. And again, it's a complex question. It doesn't provide the single answer that I can give to you this evening. However, there are 3 aspects to this question, and I'll try and address each of them. Number 1, in terms of a particular building or per unit cost level and how density can improve cost levels. And number 2, at the neighborhood or surrounding area level, which I think is closer to the question you were getting at. And point 3, and at the community-wide level in terms of supply and demand. And although I don't have a PowerPoint, I can give this in writing to you before noon tomorrow or this evening if you wish. So in terms of the building or per unit costs, the city does have available data from specialized consultants that indicate they measured the effect of increased density on the cost of producing new housing supply, in particular multi-residential unit supply. And in those studies, for example, a 25% increase in density can reduce the per unit cost of a wood frame multi-residential unit by $15,000 per unit. And another example cited in a different study, a different consultant, was that a 58% increase in density can reduce the cost by $24,000 per unit on a wood frame constructed project and $35,000 on a concrete multi-residential building. And again, the issue of whether those decreased costs are passed on to consumers, that's not for me to judge. That could be an issue. The second element you asked about was about any research indicating that the development of high-density housing has an impact one way or the other on affordability in the surrounding areas, and we're not aware of any such research that can definitively point one way or the other. One could theoretically look at either assessed value or sales data before and after a new high-density development is put into a neighborhood. However, the problem with this approach is that it's extremely difficult to isolate the cause and effect of different variables related to the value and price increases and decreases. It's more a function of the broader economy, employment, immigration, net immigration, and mortgage rates, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the prime determinants. And that leads to a third point. There's a broader community-wide issue that can impact affordability, and that has to do with the city and the region's population growth in the future. For example, the city's share of Metro Vancouver's growth to 2041, or over the next 30 years, is expected to be in the range of between 50,000 and 75,000 new households and as many as 150,000 new residents. And the impact of retaining low densities in areas by constraining new supply that would otherwise be planned for new growth would have a detrimental impact on affordability by constraining this supply. And in this regard, I sort of echo comments from my predecessor, Cameron Gray, who has commented that although density alone does not create affordability, The city cannot improve the affordability agenda without new supply that's created through new density in a growing community. So both market and non-market housing types need opportunities to increase supply through increased density. So that's a summary of your answer to your question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeHoop. And thanks to, we have one more? We do. Or two more.
Mayor and Council, I'm here to answer the question about clarification on the Mount Pleasant Community Plan and whether this site is identified for higher densities and heights. And at the risk of being slightly tedious, I'm going to read some of the relevant sections of the plan so try to be clear. Under Section 3.4, entitled Large Site Development, the plan reads, as a general guideline for the whole neighborhood, the community supports greater use of infill opportunities over high-rise development, but the Mount Pleasant community also sees opportunities for some high-rise as well as mid-rise development in some specific locations, such as for large sites, and those include the Kingsgate Mall, the IJ site, and Broadway, Kingsway, Watson Street, and the 10th Avenue site, or the Rise site. For purposes of achieving more appropriate site development, meaning more open space, less paving, better connections to the street, and important public benefits, including contributions to heritage retention, new cultural amenities, affordable housing, child care, flexible gathering spaces, improved pedestrian environment, provision of cycling routes, streetcar amenities, and green space, pursue additional height and density in select locations. For these sites, participants in the planning process considered and supported a variety of built-form options. Any additional height and density would be contingent on further urban design analysis, including shadowing, view impacts, look and feel of the area, permeability of the site, that is the ability of people to see and walk through the site, and other public benefit considerations as noted above. Distribute the height and bulk in relation to the character of adjacent streets. For example, more height along Broadway, reduced height along 10th Avenue and Prince Edward, or larger scale on Kingsway versus smaller scale along Main Street. Further, under Section 5.0, Shopping Sub-Area Plans and Policies, the plan reads that the Mount Pleasant Community Plan contains plans and policies for Mount Pleasant's 3 shopping sub-areas, Uptown, Broadway West, and Broadway East, and the light industrial commercial area located on Main Street from 2nd to 7th Avenue. Within these sub-areas are locations where additional density and height should be pursued to achieve appropriate site development and important public benefits. And the map in our plan shows the locations of the 3 large sites referenced earlier, which included the Rise site. A variety of built form options could be appropriate on these sites. Any additional height and density would be contingent on further urban design analysis, including shadowing, view impacts, and look and feel of the area. It's important to note that additional height, as opposed to density, is a very sensitive issue where there was the least convergence of community opinion during the community plan process. Future development would need to demonstrate how to reach an optimal balance of public benefits, site improvements, and urban design objectives within higher densities. Further, into this section, increased permitted residential with some commercial space in locations south of Broadway and Kingsway, which the Rise site would be a part of. Recognizing Broadway and Main is and will continue to be a busy transit interchange, and the Broadway and Main lie at the summit of Hilltown. And finally, I just want the section 5.5 on the Uptown shopping area. It reads in part that we want to, for the Rise site, that we want to encourage new development on the site bounded by Broadway, Kingsway, Watson Street, and 10th Avenue. Add more housing, expand job space, provide more services, and locate parking underground. Provide housing off of Broadway, Kingsway, a very busy intersection, and seek to animate the block with appropriate commercial uses. So I guess in sum, having been tedious and read all those portions, that the plan anticipated the Rise site would be considered for additional height and density.
Just a couple of more comments for you. You asked at the last hearing if we had any information around large retailers in the area, in particular the bylaw at Kingsgate Mall, and how does this relate to the second floor retail space that's shown in the Rise rezoning? Well, the bylaw at Kingsgate Mall is 28,000 square feet. The total leasable area for Kingsgate Mall is 108,000 square feet. The second floor of the rise proposal is 34,000 square feet, so it's within the ballpark of similar retail type uses within the area. In addition to that, the IGA at Main and 14th is almost 30,000 square feet. So again, this is all within a similar kind of ballpark range. In addition, you asked us about a comment made by a speaker with respect to information that was given to the Urban Design Panel in October of 2010 relating to the provisions of C3A and what was permitted on the site. The speaker had made the point that the rezoning planner at the time, which was not myself, had indicated that the allowable height on this site was 120 feet. And she made the point that perhaps this had misled the panel in some way. So I talked to the chair of the panel, and we've gone over this point, and really the C3A design guidelines allow 3 FSR. They allow up to 70 feet. If you go through the conditional stream, the Development Permit Board can increase beyond 70 feet to an unspecified amount. They have done this on numerous occasions. It is not unusual for the board to consider and approve projects well over 100 feet in the Mount Pleasant area. We showed an example the last time of the Stella, which was approved at 135 feet, and this is on 2770 Sophia Street, Kingsway, and 12th Avenue. And so asked, was the panel misled in some way? I think my answer would have to say no. This is a professional panel filled with professional architects who deal with C3A on a regular basis. They know the provisions within the zoning. They know the provisions and the authority within the Development Permit Board. And they have certainly either seen and reviewed or dealt specifically themselves with C3A projects that have gone well beyond 100 feet within this particular area. And lastly, you asked us to put the presentation from last week on the city's website, which we've done. So that ends tonight for staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McNeil and staff, for responding to all those questions from Council, stemming from our last meetings. So at this point, we'll go back to the speakers list and start hearing from our speakers. We're at speaker number 149. I'm going to propose that we plan on taking a break somewhere between 8 and 8:30. Council's typical time to recess or to finish is 10 p.m. I think Council's been amenable to extending an hour in the past, which would enable more people who are here to speak. That's probably the range, and we can maybe determine that right before the break and have a sense for how many speakers will be through tonight for those who may or may not be able to stay till later. So 149, speaker number 149 is Derek Baskerville, and he'll be followed by 150, Michael Kushner, and then Sherman Scott, Nola Werteil. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Like an earlier speaker, I'm here seeking a democratic process this evening, but I'm somewhat doubtful, as last time I was before you was to speak against the supportive housing unit at Broadway and Fraser, and now we've broken ground on that, and I'll have an 8-story building blocking my view from my 1.5-story house. I'm also a bit doubtful because you've recently passed rules changing the rules of speaking from the public hearings. I think I should say a quick offhand thank you to the RISE Alliance developers. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 16 years now, and I've participated in many neighborhood activities such as block watch, neighborhood cleanup, gardening groups, etc. And I know most of my neighbors, at least for about the 7-block radius around my home. Now, thanks to RISE Alliance, I know many more of my neighbors from the further afield, and we are now galvanized against this ridiculous rezoning application. I urge you to follow current zoning bylaws, and I urge you to strictly follow the Mount Pleasant Community Plan guidelines, which to my understanding allows for mid-rise development on specific sites, and mid-rise, as I understand, is defined by the city as approximately 11 stories. As a point of interest to earlier speakers, I participated in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan all-day workshops over a couple of years. Except for the final workshop, which mysteriously I was not contacted about, even though my email and phone number were on record. At none of the community plan workshops or in any of the groups which I participated in was high-rise development on specific sites ever mentioned. I can only imagine that this loophole wording was snuck in at the final workshop, which I didn't attend, by the city workers, and when summarizing and shaping the final draft on the Mount Pleasant Community Plan.
I'm going to caution in terms of alleging motives of our staff. They are not able to defend themselves at this point, and it's not fair to our city staff, these allegations that as to their motivations or their actions. I'll just caution speakers on that.
Okay. I've checked this theory with my neighbors who also attended, and they agree that high-rise development was never mentioned at the Mount Pleasant Community Plan one-day workshops. In the opening proposal, the Rise Alliance architects mentioned that this is the making of a landmark for the next 100 years. And I wanted to remind everybody that this is not a civic landmark, but a high-rise, high-end condominium for sale, for profit, with multi-million-dollar views. It's a shame that the art space amenity has been removed in exchange for commercial space with a one-time meager cash payout, when the commercial space or spaces will produce profits in perpetuity. If you do some simple math and the average cost of these units, you really only need to sell about 6.5 units to cover the cash payout for the community amenity, which has now been removed. And speaking of arithmetic, I'm really still kind of put out and mystified about how this description of reducing the tower from 27 stories to 19, but actually increasing the height of the individual stories in the 19 stories. I realize developers pay people to spin, promote, and sell the project to the community, and we have seen a lot of this at the community open houses. But I urge the Council to reject this application and encourage the developers to start over with open communication with the Mount Pleasant community first. Like many other speakers have mentioned, the community input should have happened first, rather than trying to sell the idea to the community after putting in years of work and hundreds of thousands of dollars into drawings and models. As a designer, I know how heart-wrenching it can be to see your baby being dashed into oblivion. But I also know that when the framework is really tight, and that when the framework is really tight and people put their heads together, you can come up with a really creative, beautiful result. And to conclude, for me, this proposal is aesthetically ugly and misguided and frankly grotesque in the true sense of the word. It's far too big. And for Council, I urge you to reject this proposal and again, this site is too important to let your legacy be a bad decision for Mount Pleasant.
Okay, thanks for coming to speak. Next up, Michael Kushner, followed by Sherman Scott. Welcome.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Many of you may know me already, but for those who do not, my name is Michael. I'm a social engagement specialist. I make my living by connecting people to each other. I'm also an activist of sorts. I've worked for several years now to foster a strong, caring society amongst queers and allies in Vancouver. The idea of community is thus very important to me. The benefit of collective duty and protection is what binds people together in cities all across the globe. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for over 5 years now, and in East Vancouver for nearly 10. It is undoubtedly my home. Tonight I come to you to speak of some important concerns that I have, not just for my neighborhood, but about the city at large as well. To be honest, I am rather ambivalent about the project before you. I am not concerned that the height of the tower will cause any significant impact on the community, at least any more than the towers at 12th and Kingsway just a few blocks away. Nor am I concerned that this development will itself speed gentrification in the neighborhood. In a city with a vacancy rate as low as ours, a surefire way to ensure that rents increases to restrict the housing supply. I spoke to a member of RAMP about a month ago and asked them why they opposed the project. They told me that their objection was due to questions of procedure, that the 2010 Mount Pleasant official community plan was not being respected through spot rezoning. I took the time to read the official community plan, which was developed over the course of 3 years with input from many different community stakeholders, and lo and behold, the development appears to be compliant with the plan. In fact, it is the site in question is specifically addressed. Nobody can say that there weren't enough opportunities to voice concerns. Some may then say the project will not fit in with the rest of the neighborhood, that they don't want Mount Pleasant to look like Yaletown. I don't want Mount Pleasant to look like Yaletown either. But this is a unique project specifically designated by the OCP to stand out. Mount Pleasant will not become a neighborhood of towers unless its residents want it to be. And then there is the issue of the increased floor-to-space ratio, essentially the density. Forgive me for shifting gears here slightly, but I'd like to share a brief anecdote. I was walking toward downtown from English Bay along Robson Street on a warm night last summer. As I advanced, I noticed this beautiful street life all around me, full of people enjoying the city simply for what it is, which made me recount my time spent as an exchange student in Paris. So many times I've heard Vancouverites say, if only we were more like a European city. Many more times I've heard Vancouverites proclaim our city's superiority to its American counterparts. And it hit me then and there on that summer evening in the West End that the magic of European cities is not because they're European, it's because they are cities that have embraced their urbanity. I know that many in this room will bristle when I bring forward the following uncomfortable reality. Vancouver cannot meet its social, economic, or environmental goals over the next generations unless we adopt a strategy of higher density in all districts across the city, including across the 70% of Vancouver that is zoned as single-family detached housing. We can work to craft this change to our advantage, or we can deny it and slowly turn it into a city that shuts down at 10 p.m. with starved social services, an overloaded public transportation system, and a brutal increase in the gap between the wealthy and the lesser off. This increased density does not have to exclusively take the form of towers. Paris has a density 4 times that of Vancouver with only a handful of high-rise development. However, they managed to do this because of a typical 5 to 7 stories across most districts in the city, something that my friends at RAMP would surely also shudder at. It is clear to me that we, as a city, have some hard decisions to make over the coming decades. If we are going to become a great city, then we first have to want to be a great city. But we will have to embrace changes over time instead of stand in the way of anyone who aspires for a greater and, yes, a fairer Vancouver. I am tired of those in my hometown, though they may mean well, who are willing to promote mediocrity in the face of progress. It is time for us to prove to the world that everything that we stand for as the City of Vancouver is not just an exercise in urban idealism, but rather that we are a vision of what the future of cities across the world can be. One final point. Some may frame this debate as a battle between social justice and social inequality. This is not correct. I strive towards social justice in everything that I do, but the very moment that the hatred of the bourgeoisie becomes greater than the love of social justice is the moment that social justice will fail. It is clear that the planning and development process in Vancouver is in need of review. However, defeating this measure will not solve anything relating to housing, neither in Mount Pleasant nor anywhere else in the city. I can find no substantive reason why Council should not allow this particular development to proceed. I hope that in your wisdom you agree with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian, for coming to speak. And next up is Sherman Scott, number 151, followed by Nola Wertelli, David Henderson, Matthew Sharp.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name's Sherman Scott. I'm with Yuri Artebis. He's unable to speak later on, so we are requesting that he takes my position to speak.
Okay. Yuri Artebis is what number?
204.
204. Okay. Okay. I'm fine with that. If you guys need to switch for that reason. So Yuri, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sherman, for offering to give or let me speak in his own place. My name is Yuri Artebis. I'm here today speaking on my personal behalf as a resident and a resident of nearby Southeast Falls Creek and someone who's very interested in urban planning and urban form. I am speaking here tonight in favor of this proposal. I feel it's the right type of development for this site. I think it brings a dynamic new presence to the area and a currently underutilized site in a manner that is respectful of the existing streetscape. For reasons discussed several times before throughout the course of the hearings, I feel it's an ideal location for increased density. Not only is this site close to existing retail, employment, and entertainment options, its proximity to bike routes, transit routes, and car sharing options mean that even those who do not work, shop, or play nearby do not need to be dependent on a privately owned car. As has been pointed out, the proposed site is located on the intersection of two major transit arterials, one that hopefully will see some sort of light rail or high-speed transit in the coming decades, another one that's a major thoroughfare for vehicles, and now, as we just heard, a major separated bike routes coming by. There's plenty of transit options that will help diffuse and help deal with the congestion. I also find that the way the scale of the street alignment is consistent with 8 and 10-story buildings in the immediate vicinity. Well, there's been a lot of effort or focus on the 18-story, 19-story mid-rise tower in the center of the block. The actual streetscape will be 8 to 10 stories. And if anyone who has walked through Yaletown or other parts of town, if you're walking, you don't feel like you're in a urban canyon. You feel like you are in 8 and 10 stories. It's only when you take a step back that you can see the height. So the street life and the street presence, I think, will be inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhood. I also think it's important. I mean, I'm a big neighborhood activist or advocate. I've spent a lot of time in communities, working with people. And I think it's really important to have a mix of old and new. I know people want to protect their old and protect the familiar, and I respect that. But there also needs to be new blood and new area and new energy, and especially, again, on a major intersection. This development will help add to the mix. It will add a vibrancy to the mix of the housing and retail already in the neighborhood and promote a range of incomes and interests in the community. But more importantly, as we just heard, Vancouver is a growing city, and it will continue to grow into the future. The mix of our location, our climate, and our amenities make it a desirable place to live, and it will do so much into the future, even with the higher cost of living. And within Vancouver, or the metro region in particular, people want to live in neighborhoods that are close to the core and close to amenities. Mount Pleasant was one such neighborhood. So this means whether people will continue to want to move into Mount Pleasant, and will continue to move into Mount Pleasant regardless of this development is built here. So there's two ways we can accommodate them. Either in areas earmarked through the community plan for higher densities, such as this site, or watch as the existing housing stock continues to be replaced by higher-priced monster homes and duplexes that are built in other parts of the city. I recently moved from West Broadway in Kitts and kind of 10th and Blenheim area, where I went to school 15 years ago, and I was absolutely that wasn't the neighborhood it was 15 years ago. There's quote-unquote single-family houses, but they're not the single-family houses, 1,100, 1,200 square foot single-family houses, or 3,000 or 4,000 square foot quote-unquote monster homes. And I fear that if we don't find ways to add density around the edges and suitable spots in Mount Pleasant, the single-family homes the wave will continue eastward and eat up the single-family homes in this neighborhood. And in my mind, this would have an even more dramatic effect on the character, cost, and congestion of the neighborhood. My only disappointment with the proposal is the city favored the cash contribution over the integrated art space and rental units. Such amenities would have helped promote even a greater diversity of community members and activities. However, it is unfair to say that the community isn't getting a return for this density. I just hope that the amenity contributions are used in the immediate vicinity to promote not only art space, but also rental space. So once again, and in closing, I support the Rise development, and I look forward to seeing the project approved and built in the near future. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming to speak. And next up is Speaker 152, Nola Wertelli. Is Nola Wertelli here? Is David Henderson here? Speaker 153, David Henderson. How about Matthew Sharp? 154, Matthew Sharp. Moving right along, Suzanne Campbell, 155. Suzanne Campbell in Australia, so she might not make it here tonight. Number 156 is Neil Appleby. Is Neil Appleby here? How about Alan McEnroy? Or McEnroy? Alan McEnroy? Okay, Isabel Minty is here. 158, Isabel Minty. And next up is Iqbal Singh. 160 is Don Gardner. 161, Nancy Lawrence. Welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this important subject. I oppose this development. Rather than repeat what many in the community have already said so very well, I will highlight the comments of only one, Mr. John Shaler. I can concur with all that he said, especially that there are no affordable units included. John also said the height of the development is not acceptable as well as causing shadowing on street, sidewalks, and buildings. It limits the social life of the occupants with the resulting loss of community livability and the increase of neighborhood crime. He stated what city planners and sociologists know very well, that low to mid-rise buildings are best for neighborhood sustainability. This development fails the Mount Pleasant community in so many ways. It is shameful that these particular plans have been pushed forward to this stage. The community has agreed and they are prepared to accept that densification is in order, but not this amount of densification. Why is this ugly, massive, high-rise blot a must-be-built development when across Broadway, west of Granville, no such height is required? Throughout Kitsilano and east to Granville Street, 8-story buildings are acceptable on the Broadway arterial. At Broadway and Granville, another very important transit hub, mid-rise buildings are built there. In the Shaughnessy neighborhood, where the developer lives, nothing but single-family residents are the rule. There, all purchasers must first sign a covenant that when a property is resold, it is sold for single-family use only. No developers need apply there. No one will be told they must accept close by a neighbor allowed a floor space ratio of 5.55. When the Arbutus Ridge community was facing increased densification development, they managed to bring the maximum height of the buildings down to 9 stories. They weren't faced with exorbitant height demands in order to get affordable units included. They did agree to the 9 stories, all right, but the development includes over 100 affordable rental units. Not like the Mount Pleasant community with only market housing units and no affordable ones. Why is the mid-rise development agreed to at Shannon Mews at 57th and Granville not considered reasonable and acceptable here? Why, if better livability is A-OK for the west side of the city, why is it considered to be unreasonable and impossible here? The Mount Pleasant community have made it clear to you they deserve better than this blot on the landscape.
Thank you for coming to speak. Okay, it sounds like we have Matthew Sharp here. I didn't get a chance to make it up here while I was going through the list. And it's followed by Iqbal Singh. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Sharp, and I've been closely following this project because I'm a resident of the area. And I also manage a small retail location that has just moved into a new location 2 blocks from the proposed development. Prior to the move, we were located in an older building in the Mount Pleasant area. And in the last 5 years of business, we've seen many positive changes because of development. From the arrival of the Canada Line to other small and large developments in the area. I wanted to speak in favor of this development because of our move. During a number of the public hearings that I attended, I heard concern that new development might choke out small business, and that's simply not the case. Our new location is in a new development, and we couldn't be happier with the modern building, better amenities, better security, and the safety that comes along with a new building. Many retailers in the area right now are forced to work in older buildings where the landlords don't either have the money or the ability to provide modern, safe amenities for the workers and the stores. This new building that we're in has allowed us a more professional environment to better serve our customers and to take care of our employees. In regards to the proposed development, for continued success in our location, we need an increased customer base and the support from strong, successful retailers in the area. This development will bring more foot traffic and will be home to an array of strong new retail locations. Both, I believe, are essential to making small business thrive in the area. In a business sense, we fully support this development, but also on a personal note, as a resident of the area, I support the development. Currently, my fiance and I rent a portion of a small house just off Main Street. We absolutely love the area and love the culture, and living in the area was a strategic choice for us, as we have recently become a one-car family. So it's essential that we're on a major transit route and that we can walk to buy groceries and other amenities. We made this lifestyle change to a one-car in hopes that we can free up some cash to allow us to make the jump from renting in Vancouver to buying in Vancouver. While we love living in a single-family home, it's simply out of our reach to buy one in our neighborhood or anywhere else in Vancouver. It is this reason why projects such as this one are important to us. This project will bring more housing options to the community and allow ourselves and others, to buy into the community, those that already live here and love to live here. With both my fiance and I working in Vancouver, we want nothing more to own in Vancouver and are happy to see projects like this that would allow that to happen. I've been to the Community Outreach Center and also several of the community meetings to learn more about this project. To me, the project makes sense on a variety of levels, as I've listed already. But more importantly, if we can't build something like this here, I really don't know where else we can in Vancouver. I'm actually unhappy with the limits placed on the density in this location. I also have one last note for Council. This has been one of the first public forums issues that I've taken part in, and the main reason I'm here today is that when I attended the public hearings, I was very concerned with the environment and the attitude of the proceedings. I felt uncomfortable voicing my concerns and views when they ran contrary to a few passionate attendees. As a businessman who runs a very tight schedule, taking time in my day to feel uncomfortable and to listen to people repeat the same issues over and over again is a waste of my time. I continued this process of meetings and finally volunteered to speak because I believe a large majority of like-minded people in this community simply don't have the time or the energy to confront a process like this. I'm concerned over the waste of time and energy that is being expended on the process. I welcome dialogue and I'm open to other people's opinions, but I'm unhappy that the same courtesy was not extended to me in the process. The money and costs to the city and the developer needs to be used to support the community, not placate a small but vocal minority, whether they be for or against proposed issue. I hope Council will consider reforms in the public consultation process because of this, and I welcome this project and the changes it will bring to my community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak. And next speaker is Iqbal Singh. Is Iqbal Singh here? Okay, not here. Don Gardner, number 160, and he's followed by Nancy Lawrence, then 162 Eileen Lawson, Rob Jolivet, Jordan Thibodeau. Welcome, Mr. Gardner.
I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant, and I'm against this rezoning application. Everyone agrees this area is the heart of Mount Pleasant. The developer calls this development iconic. I call it a massive stake through the heart of the community. And our mountains are iconic, not this oversized monolith of concrete, glass, steel, with some brick thrown in to appease. The city talks about the need for diversity and innovation in new development. There is nothing diverse or innovative about this project, just more of the same boring design found across the city and total out of character with the community. I recently moved back to Mount Pleasant, having lived here off and on since 1970, because of the unique character of the neighborhood and the lack of high-rises. I could have lived anywhere in Vancouver, but I chose Mount Pleasant. Many community members have already spoken on the impact this development will have on those living in the community with rising prices and businesses being forced to move. You have also heard a few supporting this development, some who do not live in the area, some who have been made promises, and some who will still mistakenly believe that density will bring affordability. I would like you to consider the following. The developer states that Vancouver is growing at 40,000 per year, yet the census shows total growth over the last 5 years at 5,000 per year, and the last 15-year annual growth of under 6,000. So given that, how much expansion does the city's current zoning allow for? And how does a 5-fold increase in density for this site align with what's really needed? And where will all the jobs come from to support future growth? And given today's economy, will growth slow even more? And what kind of city do we want? Is Vancouver's only destiny to look like Hong Kong? Or do we have other options? Why are people trying so hard to hold on to their communities? Does it have something to do with recent surveys that bigger is not better when it comes to cities? How can council make a decision today not knowing all the facts and the desires of Vancouver? Rezoning application after rezoning application has been met with strong community rejection. Why? What's wrong with the planning process? You also seem to believe there's something amiss as you recently let go of the head of planning. So I ask you, is this not an ideal time to stop, take a breath, and look at the process how the process can be improved? A lot of effort went into the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, but the intent of the plan was not massive overbuilding. By ignoring the intent of the plan and approving this development, what message are you sending to every other neighborhood working on a plan or about to work on a plan? Don't waste your time or lawyer up. Trust has come up a number of times in this hearing and others. Who can you trust? Whose rendering of this project is correct? Will Watson Street and 10th Avenue issues really be fixed? Will all the design elements not yet completed fit with the community? I have also heard that a number of groups have been promised financial support for the projects if they back the zoning. Is this true? Have you considered all the unintended consequences of approving this development? What precedents are you setting for both Mount Pleasant and other community rezoning? A CAC of $6.25 million adds an average cost of $26,000 per unit. How does that promote affordability? The developer is also subsidizing a grocery business. How will this affect other businesses in the area? And should these dollars go somewhere else? This development is supposed to conform to the current neighborhood and set a precedent for the future. What type of community is this saying Mount Pleasant will become? How many people and businesses will be displaced? Will the yet-to-be-finalized plan compromise the safety of the bike lane? What effect will this have on local schools and community centers, etc.? And why is this LEED silver? Is it only taxpayer-backed building like the Olympic Village that must stand up to a higher standard? If this is the center of a major transportation hub and the city is encouraging people to get out of their cars, why does the development need 320 parking spaces? If there was something innovative, like no parking, how would that affect affordability? And would that solve the Watson Street and bike lane issues? Are high-rise is really green? They are building the world's greenest city in Dubai, a city called Masdar, where they are researching and funding what is green. To my knowledge, there are no high-rise buildings in that area. Affordability. For the last 6 years, Council has been listening to the developers that density and massive development will result in affordability. So I ask you, how's that worked out so far?
So you're over your 5 minutes, so you wrap up in a sentence?
So in closing, I'd like you to look past your cognitive bias and consider, are communities best represented by those who have chosen to live and work there or by the developers and other outsiders? And given the facts of low growth, that density hasn't improved affordability, and the many unknowns around the final design, and a large number of Mount Pleasant residents who have voiced their concerns over this, why should it not be sent back to planning? Thank you.
Councillor Meggs, do you have a question? You have a question, Mr. Gardner, from Councillor Meggs.
So you were able to move back to Mount Pleasant, Mr. Gardner. Can you tell us what kind of a home you were able to find?
An apartment.
What kind of apartment and what sort of a building is it in?
It's 2-bedroom, mid-rise.
Mid-rise? How tall?
11.
11.
Yep.
So you're in an 11-story building.
I am.
You've watched the neighborhood over a number of years, and you're in an 11-story building. What kind of negative impacts have you noticed in Mount Pleasant since the development of buildings like yours?
Well, what I found is that when I lived there before, there was a lot more mix of people and from various backgrounds in life. And that's starting to change. There's more and more of these people getting pushed out. The artists, I think you've heard some people who have talked about the affordability of their businesses. They're selling, they're moving, some of them moving out of province. And the more push that comes in there, the more some of the diversity. I mean, I moved back there because I liked it, because there's all kinds of different characters in the neighborhood, right? I could have lived, as I said, anywhere else in the city. Could have lived on the west side. But it's very stale and, everybody's the same.
So how tall is your building?
You're
on the 11th floor.
11.
So you're on the top floor.
I am on the top floor.
So I think it was you, or maybe I've listed so many people, but that describe this building, which I think is 18, as a stake in the heart.
Yes.
What's fundamentally different between your building and this building that would make that one a stake in the heart and yours a contributor?
Well, first of all, Thank you. I mean, again, you look at that area, and again, the whole planning was always supposed to be at the top, gradually moving down as the height would drop. This is just going right in the middle and sticking something up there like a finger to the rest of the neighborhood. It just doesn't fit.
Okay, so
and I think the bigger issue is how much density do we need right now? And next time, and why are you putting parking in stuff?
Well, this is the last 2 points. I'd just be interested to hear more. So you raised the question of the CACs being, as I understood your comment, the CACs would drive up the cost. But most communities come here and say they want more amenities if there's going to be development, and so they would argue the reverse, that there should be more contribution to the community. I mean, there's about $4 million here, I think. But so you would prefer not to have those CACs in a shorter building. That's what you're saying.
No, all I'm saying is by giving the CACs in the bigger building or higher building or lower building or whatever, all you're doing is saying you're forcing those CACs onto the people who are going to be buying in there. And right now it works out to roughly $26,000 a unit. So you're adding that cost to every one of those units by demanding a CAC of 6.5.
I think it works a little bit differently. The other question was the parking. So you would favor the elimination of parking from the project if it was to be built
and
at
move
all.
all your commercial underground. See it in lots of places.
Underground mall. Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Gardner.
Thanks, Councillor Meggs. Thank you for coming to speak, Mr. Gardner. Nancy Lawrence, 161 Nancy Lawrence is our next speaker. She's followed by Eileen Lawson, Rob Jolivet, Jordan Thibodeau, Gret Sutherland. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Nancy. I live in Mount Pleasant and I love my home. I'm strongly against a high-rise, and I am one of the thousands of residents as well as business owners who will make sure that this building does not go up. City councils are always talking about building communities. Well, guess what? We have an amazing community here, the most special kind where people know each other and are kind to one another, who love, protect, and are loyal to each other. It's like there's some kind of magical vortex in this area, and the proposal of this high-rise is, quite honestly, tearing the neighborhood apart, and it breaks my heart. Instead of joy and happiness right now, there's fear, frustration, and anger. I really do understand why so many people who have come up to speak have shown their anger. Do you really want to destroy a community? It's a clear case of the city and the developer not doing their due diligence with regards to the needs and wants of the area. We want character. We want a sense of charm. That's also what draws people from all over the world to this area. We want you to connect to these needs. So far, we are seeing a huge disconnect. So my feeling is, let's go, Vancouver City Council. Let's get some fire under our collective asses, and let's create a beautiful piece of architecture for our beloved neighborhood that is inspiring, respectful of our history and heritage, and something we can look at with pride. not some tired-looking high-rise that we've all seen before and you think is modern or cool because it's taller. I feel like we're in grade 4 having this discussion, honestly. I know there have been many negative comments about Yaletown, and if you live in Yaletown and you love it, that's great, but now is not the time to get defensive about living in Yaletown. The truth is there are lots of jokes about Yaletown, and it is becoming more and more of a laughingstock. Like it or not, we do not want to become a laughingstock. Last year, in an effort to support those against this project, I asked what I could do. I was asked to gather signatures, so I did, along with my boyfriend Greg, who's sitting right here and who's too shy to speak, and I'm representing the both of us. And he also has a concussion, and he came anyway, so this is how passionate we are. I was asked to gather signatures, so I did, along with Greg. We went door to door, and we reached 76 people. Out of these 76 people, 75 were against a high-rise. I'll say that again. Out of 76 people, 75 were against a high-rise. We are a community very much opposed to this project, and we will not let it happen. Also, last week I took 2 hours out of my very busy schedule to call local business owners to get feedback. In those 2 hours, I got the names of 14 business owners with successful businesses who are strongly opposed to this project. They are Chris Bradshaw from Pulp Fiction Books, Peter Pratchett from First Use Books, Melanie Talkington from Lace Embrace, Chrissy Johansson from East Vanity Parlor, Marcy Budgell, who owns Budgie's Burritos, Bird on a Wire, owned by Karen Unger Strickland, Denise DeRosa, owner of Temple of the Modern Girl Boutique, Dimitri Krivo from Cup of Joe, Michelle Pizzell, who owns Antisocial Skateboard Shop, Stan Rath from Rath Art Supplies, Kelsey Riekenbach, who owns Guys and Dolls Billiards, Shova Singh, who owns Beeden Brothers, Darcy Carroll, who owns Poke Acupuncture. And with regards to the owners of businesses who have come up here to speak, like Mr. Bananatan, who claims that this high-rise is the answer to his prayers, I have this to say. We have had 5 new buildings go up in the last 3 years, 3 of which are on 1 block, and the other 2 are 2 blocks up. So what I'm hearing is that these 5 new buildings have not been able to help Mr. Bananatan, that this high-rise is somehow the answer to the prayers of struggling businesses. I'll say that again. 5 new buildings in the last 3 years, that this high-rise is somehow going to help struggling businesses. I think it's obvious at this point that having more people in this area is clearly not their issue. Their issue, rather, is with other factors such as location, the product itself, marketing, advertising, etc., etc. How am I doing for time, by the way?
You got about 30 seconds.
Okay. I want to say I'm noticing, I feel that City Council, we pay you to be neutral. And what I'm noticing is a lot of, nodding of heads to certain people. And I just really feel strongly that I want to see you guys being neutral. You guys are here for us, and I don't feel that there's any opinions to be had unless you've heard every single person. And with that, I also feel that people being missing bothers me so much, because part of this process is seeing the passion and seeing the energy that everyone has when they come up here. And I really just have to say thank you, Councillor Carr. You're the only one I've noticed who has neutral energy, and no matter who is speaking, I just want to see neutral. Again, my name is Nancy. I own my home in Mount Pleasant. I love my neighborhood, and I am strongly against the changing of the rezoning bylaws and creating a high-rise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just on a point of order, I just wanted to reassure the audience that 2 of the 3 absent councillors are quite ill, and their presence here will be contrary to medical advice. And the third was here for the first 2 or 3 days, and that's normally ample time for any public hearing. So I don't think any conclusions should be drawn from the empty chairs.
No, there is no option. In terms of procedure, councillors, if they missed any public hearing time, they have to watch the tapes and meet with staff to be up to speed. So there are councillors that as Councillor Meggs said, couldn't be here tonight, but if they haven't actually participated in that, then they don't vote in the public hearing. That's how it goes. So we are on to speaker number 162, Eileen Lawson. Is Eileen Lawson here? Eileen Lawson. How about Rob Jolivet? Rob Jolivet. Okay, Jordan Thibodeau. Is Jordan Thibodeau here? How about Gret Sutherland, number 165? Gret Sutherland is coming, okay. And she's followed by 166, Christy Story. 167, Jeff Jardine. 168, Derek Wilson. 169, James Cullum. And 170, Kelly Parks. Okay, welcome, Ms. Sutherland.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, RISE, and fellow citizens. My name is Margaret Sutherland, and everybody calls me Gret. 30 years ago, a struggling young architect lived in Mount Pleasant on St. Catharines near 11th. Somehow she survived and joined the city planning department. Spent 10 years as a development planner with projects such as this C3A zoning one before you, and as secretary of the urban design panel. Next 8 years as the manager in facilities development, delivering civic projects. So this is amenities, including a strategic plan for capital works going up 10 years. In 2006, I left and offered project management to a number of developers, and I was privileged to work with RISE on the Centro project, which is in Richmond. It's an 18-story glass residential tower, kitty corner from Richmond City Hall, and it's an elegant piece of work. They are not currently a client. However, I do keep tabs on the creative folks, and I was watching the Mount Pleasant neighborhood plan as it's developing through its visioning process and moving into the resultant OCP. So why am I here? I passionately care about my city as a vibrant place to live and work. And I've looked over dispassionately over the rezoning proposal and thought, this is so right. I'm sorry, offense to others, but it's the right kind of project. It transforms a gritty commercial series of buildings into housing and small grain retail and creative commercial food co-op. It's the right location. It's on major transit. It's at a hub, and it looks like that's going to increase. It's got the right developer. RISE is kind of a gritty group, and they really get into the process. They try to be creative. They look after their tenants. They try, and they're patient, thank goodness. They've got the right architects and team. This is a team that's worked in the area, knows the neighborhood. They've tried to be very contextual in the kind of building that they've proposed. They've had the right process attitude, getting involved in the community plan and trying to shape development and their development and what they were proposing to meet the plan. You've got the right planning staff. Scott, Peter, and Yardley are creative. They get right in there and help to visualize what the community's saying. You've got a really innovative OCP where they neighborhood, at least if I believe what was done, pooled density into a couple of sites, said, let's keep it low, let's put the density at the crest of the hill in Mount Pleasant. It does say Mount Pleasant, by the way. So taking Gret's checklist, I would go down and go right, 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 right. So what's going on here? We have 278 speakers, I heard, at a rezoning hearing, and most appear to be, or many appear to be, opposed So I've been here almost every night. It's not as if I don't have other things to do. I do. But I was listening to try and understand what the residents were saying, and it looks like a lot of residents have been involved in the visioning process and in the OCP, but they're very disappointed. Well, they're disappointed enough to show up, which is pretty good. So it's a flawed process somehow. It's left people feeling disenfranchised. I've seen this before. 19 years ago or 18 years ago in the Joyce-Vaness area planning process and Collingwood Village. Very similar kind of thing where the neighborhood was, a group of the neighborhood became strongly opposed and divided to what was being presented. I'd like to make 3 suggestions on what one might do to deal with this. I think first thing that might be helpful would be a community building process. I don't think it can be run by city staff per se. I think that perhaps they could do some facilitating of this, but I think it's a way to bring those who feel somehow that their voice has been lost in this process back to the table. I don't know if this will affect or impact the actual development proposal before you, but I would suggest it probably shouldn't. I think
you've run over your 5
okay.
minutes, as
All
you
right.
know. You may get a question about your other points there.
All right.
I'll just ask you to wrap up.
All right. So at the end, the other thing is an amenities strategic plan so that the neighborhood knows what they're getting, because I think that's the disconnect here. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have Councillor Deal.
Yeah, I was just curious. So you gave 2 points. Was there a third one?
The third one is to do a little bit of comprehensive design, area planning for the mall sites, the 3 of them.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for coming to speak, and welcome back to City Hall. And our next speaker is Christy Story, 166. Is Christy Story here? We'll keep rolling through the list. Jeff Jardine, 167. Jeff Jardine is on his way in. Okay. And Derek Wilson, James Cullum, Kelly Parks, Barbara Buchanan is 171. Mr. Jardine.
Hi.
Good evening.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. This is an issue that I feel strongly about, and it's important for me to add my voice to those who are opposed to the current proposal. Indeed, I share the concerns of many speakers about the appearance and scale of the development, but even more concerning to me is the risk of increased rent and accelerating gentrification in the neighborhood. I live just north of Mount Pleasant in a rental property, and many of the local businesses that I value are the type that will be threatened most by this development. Places like Our Community Bikes, Rhizome Cafe, Our Town Cafe, Budgie's Burritos, and the Toast Collective, which are vulnerable to increased rents but will not benefit from an influx of wealthy condo owners. I'm also concerned about the precedent that this development could set for the rezoning of other sites in the area. I believe we need to add density in Mount Pleasant and in the city as a whole, but I also believe that large towers do not create healthy, sustainable neighborhoods. With the current proposal, the first priority of the Rise Alliance seems to be selling million-dollar 19th floor views rather than creating density. I believe that Rise can still add a great deal of density to the area while working within the existing zoning, and I urge Council to deny their application for rezoning. On a personal note, I grew up in Metro Vancouver, and I'm very attached to this city, but I have trouble envisioning a life here when other large Canadian cities offer much cheaper rental properties in vibrant inner-city neighborhoods. And I want to point out that generally these properties are not boxes in the sky. I hope that Vancouver can do better than this, especially in a neighborhood like Mount Pleasant.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out to speak. Next up is Derek Wilson, 168.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've been approached by Mr. Michael Goldberg to see if he could switch places with me as he's unable to speak later. So if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Where is Mr. Goldberg on the list for later? 226, 29. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Mr. Goldberg.
Members of Council, I've come to not just support the RISE project, but more generally to support and commend Council for its efforts to look at significantly raising densities across the city to expand the supply and variety of housing. And dense housing in our neighborhoods does a number of things which are highly desirable and, in fact, strengthen neighborhoods, not weaken them. First, it increases supply, and in the process reduces price, and it reduces the redevelopment pressure on the interior of single-family neighborhoods when we have density at the edges. It creates more diverse housing supply to accommodate lifestyle changes so that people can stay in their neighborhood as they go through their life cycle and have more appropriate housing at different stages of their lives. It also sustains broader and a more stable base of retail and local services that enhance neighborhood livability and convenience and quality of life. Fourth, it creates demand for transit, which in this site is particularly important, and it makes transit economically viable, and it allows transit providers to have more frequent transit, particularly around transit stations. And this site, with the extension of the Broadway line in the not too distant future, is going to be a transit station of very significant importance, and it's absolutely essential that significant density be attached to that transit site, both to create users for the transit system and also to cut down the need to use automobiles. Fifth and last virtue of denser housing in neighborhoods is that they also add to the broad supply and take pressure off our market, and our market is under extreme pressure. Now, to me, the RISE development exemplifies the benefits of density. It adds 240 units to meet significant growth in this area. It creates a much larger customer base for retail and local services and will help sustain a more vibrant service base. Third, it reduces pressure on the interior of neighborhoods by taking that pressure off at a very accessible place where transit can easily serve it. And it clearly adds to the viability of bus and the proposed Broadway rail transit system. Now, one of my concerns more generally is that we've had two large developments, the Marine Gateway and this development. In the process, we've lost 62 units here, which were rental and live work. And in Marine Gateway, we lost 201 rental and 3 market units. So in these two developments, we've lost 266 units to our potential supply. That's a non-trivial amount, and it clearly adds to our housing shortage and to the lack of affordability. So I strongly urge Council to support this and other projects like it where high density is at areas that are well served by transit and can help us expand the supply and make neighborhoods more livable and more robust. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg.
I have a quick question.
You actually have a question, Councillor Deal.
Yes, thank you very much. Over here. I'm suspecting that you have a fair amount of knowledge in this area. Can you let us know, in your experience, other neighborhoods that might have a similar makeup to Mount Pleasant, and the concerns that we're hearing about the changing nature of a somewhat gritty neighborhood, and what the influence of a changing building like this or a new building like this might be?
Well, I've actually studied density for nearly 40 years around Vancouver and rezoning. The most dramatic one I studied was Kerrisdale, where the rezoning had absolutely no negative impact on single-family homes whatsoever, even homes located directly across the lane. So given that extensive study, where I had every single property in Kerrisdale, I concluded that this clearly wasn't seen as being negative to neighbors, even though the neighbors were right across the lane from these 12 and 14-story buildings. And when you look at other neighborhoods where we have done densification, the old Qualing O'Keefe Brewery site, has not adversely affected that neighborhood at all. It's made it more viable. We've got a bustling commercial area now on Arbutus, and Broadway is being redeveloped at significant density, even though not significant height. So where I look in the city where we've dramatically increased density, whether it's through height or not, I find the city has become much more livable. I live in Cole Harbor. I go out to public hearings to strongly support everybody who's building another tower in my neighborhood because I live downtown because I want more neighbors. And as you see the transformation of downtown as a result of high-rise buildings, I mean, you see a much more viable, excited downtown. People walk 7 days a week, and it's become a much more enjoyable place as a result. And wherever I look in Vancouver, I've not found a single example where increased density and increased height have had a negative effect on the quality of living. In every case, it's been the reverse.
Okay, thank you. And your extensive background is why I'm going to ask another question, which is that, again, we're hearing some compelling stories here about why Mount Pleasant is different. And I used to live in Mount Pleasant. I understand those stories. But, I mean, Kerrisdale has, I think, quite a few mid-rise, high-rises now. I don't know. Can you address that nature, that sense that this neighborhood is different and that this will have a different impact on it than it did in, say, Kerrisdale?
Well, in point of fact, every neighborhood is different. And people over time gravitate to the neighborhoods and they stay where they like. Dunbar is different, and Kerrisdale is different, and West Point Grey is different. So for a neighborhood to say it's different is just a statement of the obvious. Now, whether the addition of this building and other select buildings in this very small area, which is identified in the plan for potentially high-density, high-rise, is going to have a negative impact. I haven't seen any evidence anyplace else in the city. And I'm sure you will find exactly the same claims being made in Dunbar, West Point Grey, every place else you go and want to change the zoning. In point of fact, we're losing people in these neighborhoods because the kids move out, the parents stay, and they live at several blocks from a very small commercial area, several blocks from transit, and we're really not making the neighborhoods more livable by not having another style of housing where they can live when they don't need to live in a single-family house.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for coming to speak. And next up is James Cullum, 169. He's followed by Kelly Parks, Barbara Buchanan, Denise DeRosa, Corey Wicks. Good evening.
Hello. I've got a bit of a cold. I hope you can understand me. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mary Robertson and Council, for this opportunity to speak to you regarding a building that is near to my home, proposed near to my home. I am here in support of the proposed project, but with some reservations. In my view, this proposal isn't as valuable to the city or the neighborhood as the, sorry, I'm reading off a phone here, as valuable to the city or the community as the earlier proposal for this same site. My wife and I, both writers, have owned in an artist live-work building nearby for 12 years, since 2000, when the city was much more affordable than it is now. We were very disappointed to see that the proposed artist live-work units in this project have been removed. We have benefited from the city's use of zoning to support artists living and working in a sustainable way, and we hope the next generation will have those same opportunities. With our children, we are regulars at the Mount Pleasant Community Center and Library, and believe community amenities contribute significantly to the experience of raising children without the need for a car in compact, walkable neighborhoods. We had been looking forward to including the previously proposed 10th Avenue public art space in our family's cultural lives. In my work, I write and produce digital projects often relating to cities and architecture. I was early encouraged by the developer's choice of Acton Osprey architects. I have long been impressed by their sensitivity to heritage contexts, such as their work in Gastown, and the high standard of architecture that they have produced. They are one of Canada's most highly respected and awarded firms for their hard work here should not be quickly dismissed simply on the basis of the height of this project. I believe that city planning staff have also done an admirable job in balancing future needs of the city with current concerns of the neighborhood. Even those most adamantly opposed to tall buildings ought to be reassured that there are only 3 sites in all of Mount Pleasant being considered for additional height. However, I share some of the concerns of those who oppose this project. I believe we should still have a public art space on 10th Avenue as clear evidence of the community amenities that can be achieved by accepting growth. We should also have the 30 artist live work units and 30 rental units that were associated with the earlier 26-story proposal. We also are right to be concerned about car traffic encouraged by over 300 new parking spaces. Condos house people, parking houses only cars. The city should consider parking maximums like New York does, rather than demanding expensive and counterproductive parking minimums of developers. Finally, excuse me, by obsessing about building height, I feel this project's critics are focused on the wrong end of the building. You experience a building from ground level, and with setbacks, the tallest part of this project will not even be visible from many pedestrian vantage points. You would need to stop and count the floors to tell the difference between a 19-story building and a 26-story building. But you will know straight away if you are looking at a free public access art space or a private retailer or office. I support this project as it is currently proposed because I believe greater supply is crucial to stabilizing prices. However, I feel that this project could have more homes, more artists, more families, more diversity of occupancy, and more community amenities if we were simply willing to accept a slightly taller building. Thank you.
Thanks. You have a question from Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. Thanks for coming. We've heard a lot from the artistic community about the removal of the artist spaces to mitigate height issues that the community had identified. So what is your feeling towards the 4.5 million CAC that's supposed to be designated, that according to our memo here is very clear, it's going to go to cultural activities? Does that give you any hope?
Well, I can't speak for anyone other than myself,
Yeah.
really. And as an artist, as a writer, that's particularly true. You're yourself only. I don't really speak about as even part of a writer's community. It's an individual activity to me. Now, that said, yes, community amenities of all sorts are extremely important. And again, in my writing about cities and often about architecture, I'm always impressed here and kind of concerned elsewhere, especially in the U.S., for example, where community amenities are a very kind of lower priority than we're used to seeing here. And I think that whatever you think about different neighborhoods, and I've heard lots of negative discussions about other neighborhoods, but there are, in each neighborhood that has accepted density and accepted tall buildings or rezonings, I think there are great examples of parks, playgrounds, libraries that you can see, literally, this building is built, this park is built, and that's, to me, very valuable. So whether it's art or other amenities, I think it's extremely valuable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for coming to speak. And next up is Kelly Parks, speaker number 170, Kelly Parks. Not here. How about Barbara Buchanan, 171, Barbara Buchanan. We'll try 172, Denise DeRosa. How about 173, Corey Wicks. Corey Wicks is here. Followed by 175, Alexander McNaughton. And then Alyssa Mishok, Michael Adams, Kevin Romaine. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, we have Mr. Corey Wicks as up first. No worries. Feast or famine?
I am Corey.
Welcome, Mr.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor Robertson and City of Vancouver Council. I know you have heard from many speakers, so I will keep this very brief. I'm a recent graduate, and I am currently working in downtown Vancouver. My employer requires that employees live within 25 minutes of the office. As a result, after canvassing many neighborhoods, my girlfriend and I decided to move just outside of Mount Pleasant in the Riley Park neighborhood. We made this decision because of the neighborhood's appealing mix of amenities, including both larger retail conveniences and smaller, unique shops and restaurants. While I believe it is important to maintain the neighborhood's unique community feel and characteristics, I also believe that the facilitation of home ownership is an important issue. In our current financial situation, my girlfriend and I are struggling to save enough to afford even a small apartment within Vancouver, and the dream of owning a single-family home is currently out of the question. For many of my university friends, living and owning in Vancouver was simply not an option, and they have chosen to seek employment in other cities and provinces. In order to facilitate home ownership for young first-time home buyers like myself, I believe that densification is necessary within the City of Vancouver. By increasing the supply of smaller apartment units within the city, I believe the city can encourage young workers to live, own real estate, and work within the city. Furthermore, I believe that density increases are most logical along major transit routes, such as the Canada Line, or in this case, along the major bus routes of Kingsway and Broadway. I believe putting increased numbers of residents closer to transit options will ultimately discourage the use of automobiles. In short, I believe that it is important that this city makes density increases, and I am in support of this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to speak. And we had, I'm not sure who, Alexander McNaughton. You are here. No worries.
Thanks very much for having me.
Good evening.
Evening. I live in Mount Pleasant. I manage a community garden in the neighborhood and have lived all over west side, east side of Main Street, and really care about the neighborhood and have been involved in this process for some time. I feel like it missed an opportunity to really push the window. The initial height I didn't have a problem with. I thought, great, if anywhere, it's here. I mean, people bashed Hong Kong earlier, but I've been there, it's alive. People spend time on the street, there's density, and you see that. You see that manifested in the streetscape where people actually spend time, and there's a mix of commercial and public art, and the development holds a lot of potential, and I wish that council could have seen that potential in the artist studios and the rental units. And despite the controversy over the height, I feel like it could have gone forward and been an example of what a sustainable development really looks like. Because if we all enjoy the single-family homes that we've all lived in Mount Pleasant, and we do, we have to be pragmatic and put development where it belongs, especially along the transit corridors, as has been previously discussed. I don't have to go there. I mean, you guys have heard quite a bit on that this evening. And I feel like, for example, when my sister from Vancouver Island comes to visit, we did a little tour of some of the artist studios at L'Artiste for one of the Main Street drifts, and she remarked on how amazing that was to have that sense of community in people's private spaces and have, live, work, artist studios that were accessible to the public, and how engaging that was. Even a young woman of 16 that's not even at a high school gets how cool that is, because it creates a vibrant community. I feel like the site is, I live right around the corner. I spend tons of time there. Right now it's dark and kind of gloomy and not particularly inviting, and there's not much happening other than the Can Do building, which has the Rise space in it. Just last weekend we hosted a collaborative late-night facilitated art workshop. It's called Late Night Art. I'm one of the collaborators that brings it forward, and basically it's a celebration of breaking bread together, local food. Usually we have a cold beer and talk about what matters to us in our community, and sort of we framed that around the development because we were concerned that certain voices were overriding the process. And of course, the standard things came out. People care about livability. People care about rental units and being able to afford. People care about public amenities and public art and being able to ride their bicycles. So, I have full confidence in the developer improving the 10th Street bikeway. I don't have any problem. Yeah, I get that you guys have to add parking units because people are going to want to drive, but putting it where it is, it makes sense because it encourages people to take transit and the options are there. So while I agree that a new development needs some parking spaces, I think perhaps the number of spaces could be cut in favor of more co-ops, car share spaces, or increased transit along that corridor. I have a lot of optimism about the project. There's going to be rooftop agriculture. The food co-op's going in. That's super exciting. I think it'll really vitalize the neighborhood and it'll activate the space. Whereas right now, there's nothing active or dynamic about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Jang.
Hi. Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
We've had a few speakers now, including yourself, who suggested that this is kind of a missed opportunity, because of the loss of the artist spaces and some of the rental housing. And I just wanted your opinion, your feeling. So, by reducing the height because of the neighborhood concerns, staff are suggesting $4.5 million for art to go within Mount Pleasant.
Fantastic.
That's good, and $1.75 million towards the Affordable Housing Fund.
Also, that's a check in my book. Sounds great.
Okay, so that was my question. Do you think that trade-off is worth it?
Well, it's a good question. I didn't mean to marginalize that contribution by my comments. I mean, I see that still holds a lot of value for the neighborhood. It's just I'm concerned that, it ends up kind of bogged down in process and that we don't see the benefits out of that fund, whatever it goes to, within a time window that's acceptable. I feel like integrating it within the development holds a lot of potential for actually creating a really dynamic development, and when you take out the heart of it, kind of, it almost misses the point. And to say, yeah, we're going to put artist studios down the road, maybe down the next 5 years kind of thing, I mean, that's great, but where is it when the development's built? It doesn't encourage artists to want to move to that development, and if we actually want to encourage that in Mount Pleasant and, capture that, what we all love about it, I mean, that artists live there and it's dynamic and all sorts of characters, everything I've heard from people that they really care about the development, then you have to include it in the building, because then it actually has that dynamic mixed use. Otherwise, you end up with a condo with no rental units and no artist facilities. I mean, I'm a caterer, and I can't find a commercial kitchen to work out of. So that would be a public amenity that I would really care about. And the urban ag on the rooftop, that's another one. And the artist loft space or studio spaces or production space, I'm desperately searching for a space to hold late night art in because it's so expensive to find space for artists in the city. I mean, if I could have a studio in Mount Pleasant, that'd be the dream, right? I mean, that's what we all want, because we all live there, pay too much for rent because the housing stock is terrible. I mean, I've had to move out of 3 single-family homes because they've been sold to dual income, no kids, we own a cute dog. And it evicts 7 or 8 students that were living in a previously really functional home for something that's like, okay, great, but then where do those students and artists go? There has to be an alternative.
Maybe they'll have a kid one day and become an artist or something.
There you go, right? But
it's critical mass that you're referring to. Okay.
And that site is totally appropriate for it.
Right.
Like, I mean, it's a no-brainer. Anywhere else in the world, people would jump for joy to have that kind of development at that spot, because it's exactly where it needs to be. It would, I've already said it, but it would activate and really vitalize that part of Mount Pleasant.
Okay, thank you very much. Very helpful.
You're welcome.
We have questions from Councillor Meigs next.
Well, mine's a bit frivolous, but it's been 5 nights. But has anyone told you you're a dead ringer for the Guy Fawkes mask worn by Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah, I have heard that. Yeah, maybe that tugs at the activist heartstrings a little bit. Yeah,
could be.
Thank
anyway.
you.
Okay, just checking. Thanks.
No problem.
So, questions from Councillor Deal pertaining to the
anticlimactic
merits of the application?
Not nearly as fun. You mentioned commercial kitchen space, which is with the food cart program. It's another emerging issue around various neighborhoods, and space for your late night art programming, which I'm hoping to get to on Sunday. What kind of space would either of those functions need? Do you know what kind of square footage either of those things would need?
Well, I mean, I looked at commissary kitchens for use with preparation, so like Woodland Smokehouse or Save-On Meats has a facility that's being used for street carts and that sort of thing. I feel like late night art can happen in any kind of space. I mean, square footage wise, it could be as small as someone's loft in Vancouver. But I mean, the bigger the space, the more interesting, the more dynamic, the more integrated the performance is. I mean, you could have other mediums come into it. Say if we wanted to throw pottery, we could integrate it with the pottery studio on site, or it could be integrated with performance-based art or body painting or you name it. So the space really does limit the kind of capacity in which artists function in the neighborhood.
Your function would follow form.
Right.
You put the right thing in the right amount of space. Okay.
And
I didn't know if you had a minimum amount of sort of a community space concept.
But a commercial kitchen, I mean, if you know what Woodland Smokehouse looks like, that's a really big facility. I don't think Mount Pleasant needs something that large because that's a commercial, more of a business side of things. But I think a community kitchen in which things like canning parties I've worked for food justice organizations in the neighborhood, and I start up schoolyard gardens for kids, and I'm definitely connected to the local food movement, and I see a sort of a hole in that neighborhood in terms of food assets, let's say. So the food co-op for me is like, thankfully there's another option going in the neighborhood that's not IGA or Nesters, both of which are kind of inappropriate for students.
All right. Thank you very much. And I was going to say Johnny Depp, but anyway.
I get that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for coming to speak. And next we have on the list Alyssa Mishak, 176. And I'll just read a few more names on deck. 177, Michael Adams, then Kevin Romaine, Ashley Smith, Tamar Uzil.
Magic. Mayor, councillors, my name is Alyssa Mishak. I have lived in Vancouver for 20 years and have been a resident of Mount Pleasant for 5. I'm a graduate of the University of Manitoba Faculty of Architecture, a registered interior designer, lead AP, and member of Heritage Vancouver. I'm an advocate for density done right, for public transit, heritage retention, the arts, and artists. I believe in the strength of community and was an eager participant in the community planning workshops, attending all but one of the 13 sessions. Having worked in design and construction industry for 24 years, I am not a stranger to big developments. I do not support the rezoning of the Rise site or this development in its current form. The argument for density on this site does not add up. The massing is too heavy for the site and the scale is out of context with the character of the neighborhood. How do we accommodate growth, responsibly increase density, and still maintain livability within our cities? Is it going?
Yes, it is. And
sorry.
See the cursor?
Okay. I'm a Mac person. Thank you. That one? Okay, perfect. Last fall, Rob Adams, the Director of City Design for Melbourne, Australia, gave a presentation as part of SFU's City Program which answers this question. In 2009, Rob and his team won the prestigious Australian Award for Urban Design for the research document Transforming Australian Cities, which establishes the potential to transform metropolitan Melbourne to meet the projected population of 8 million by 2050, double its current size of 4 million. Through his years of experience in worldwide research, he advocates for medium density development along arterial routes and with a baseline of 120 people per hectare, ranging up to 400 people per hectare, with a maximum height of 40 meters or 131 feet. To quote his transforming document, it is arguable that no new building needs to be higher than 6 to 8 stories to achieve high-density compact cities for the future. This built form is not only more sustainable, but reduces the need for excessive embedded and operating energy. A critical element of this document is its pragmatic methodology of 11 steps to define potential development sites along arterials, and then using the results to calculate potential density along these arterials within a maximum height of 8 stories. Amongst these 11 steps, each one defining sites not to be considered for development, remove sites with rear laneway access, and remove 50% of sites with heritage overlay. It is noted that Vancouver's Eco-Density Action Plan calls for the study of 6 to 8 story mid-rise model along arterial routes. Mid-rise forms may be seen as more acceptable than higher building types outside of special areas, and that's a quote. So I have questions for Council. What density is the City of Vancouver striving for at the centre and along the arterial routes of Mount Pleasant? What is the existing density of these areas? And what exactly is a special area acceptable for higher building types? And I'm going to answer the last 2 questions for you. The perceived necessity to locate density at the Rise site should not be considered without reference to immediate area and to the entire community of Mount Pleasant. Within a comfortable walking distance of the Rise site, 4 blocks in any direction, roughly 68 hectares in area, the density calculates to 147 persons per hectare. This uses a multiplier of 2, determined by the number of baby strollers starting to crowd the streets. Comparatively, the density of Olympic Village is 110 persons per hectare. Focusing just on transit corridors down Main Kingsway from 12th to 5th, the density increases to 170 persons per hectare, already within Rob Adams' defined range of a medium-density livable neighborhood. It cannot be ignored that Mount Pleasant community includes the southeast False Creek area, where towers are popping up like spring tulips. Between 2nd and Terminal, Maine and Quebec, a couple of minutes walking distance from the heart, are 4 market residential developments, one with 20 stories with 840 units or 1,680 people between them, in addition to a supportive housing building of 129 units. This calculates out to 646 persons per hectare. The projected population of Southeast Falls Creek in the area of Mount Pleasant, when built out, is stated to be 16,000 people. Most definitely, this is a special area within the context of the eco-density agenda. This is where height and density, high density, belongs in Mount Pleasant, not at the Heritage Heart. The city's eco-density action document defines a large site as one of 8 hectares, 0.8 hectares or more. The Rise site is 0.49 hectares. It is a small site. Yardley McNeil noted at the beginning of the last public hearing that the site was too small to accommodate an on-grade public courtyard in addition to the extent of retail proposed, and that all those trucks serving the retail tenants resulted in a good portion of the main floor being taken up with loading bays and maneuvering space. This site is too small for the programmatic requirements being placed upon it, resulting in overscaled massing on a small site, which is in turn resulting in an out-of-context architectural language. The scale of the columns along Broadway at 30 feet are the language of the financial district downtown, and not the language of the center of our historic community.
So you're well over your 5.
I'm almost
You can wrap up?
2
Okay.
sentences.
Thanks.
There are more innovative, creative, and palatable ways of increasing the density in the center of Mount Pleasant than placing a 5.5 FSR elephant with a 215-foot tower at the Heritage Heart on a small site. And these alternatives are occurring naturally and quietly. I live right across from this building. This is down the street from me, and this is just around the corner. I do have comments on the process of the community plan, which you can ask me if you wish. And I just wanted to conclude, Mayor, councillors, this site in the heart of an existing vibrant and dense community represents an opportunity to do something fantastic that is yet to be realized by this developer and this design team. And whatever is built on this site, the city will have to love and live with for 100 years. So let's not screw it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a question? Councillor Carr. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thanks to Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm wondering if you can forward that your documents that you put your PowerPoint to us. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Secondly, since you've read it, we haven't yet. There was a comment you made in the beginning which interested me that had to do with the goal of achieving sustainability, and in the document or in the report that the authors showed that medium density was more favorable to achieving sustainability. Can you point to his arguments around that?
The quote was, "This built form of 6 to 8 stories is not only more sustainable, but reduces the need for excessive embedded energy and operating energy." So the excessive embedded energy would be the energy that is required to build the building when we think of going up so many stories, and the materials. It also extends to the life of the building and any maintenance that might be required, as is obvious by the many, many towers with scaffolding around them. It's much easier to maintain a smaller building. The operating energy has to do with just the elevators and electricity and any systems within it. People are more apt to hopefully take the stairs when they're 6 to 8 stories. I live in a 3-story. I rarely take the elevator.
Thank you. Those are the kind of points I was looking for. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you for coming to speak. And we have Michael Adams as our next speaker, 177. Is Michael Adams here? Is Kevin Romaine here? 178, Kevin Romaine. Not here yet. Ashley Smith, 179, is here. She's followed by Tamar Uzil John Yano, Anna Ackerman, John Petrie. Good evening.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Good evening. My name is Ashley Smith. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed project at Broadway and Kingsway. First, I'll give you a bit of information about me and my perspective, and then I hope to touch on two key areas, future transit and commercial space along Broadway, and secondly, housing affordability in Mount Pleasant. I moved to Vancouver from Surrey in 2008. I've been a residential realtor for the last 5 years. When I first moved to the city, I lived in Mount Pleasant and immediately fell in love with the uniqueness and character of the neighborhood. Last summer, I made the conscious decision to purchase my next home. So I decided to shop around for a rental that would cost me less and so I could save some money. After a lot of searching, I realized it was actually more affordable for me to live downtown than to stay in Mount Pleasant. I was surprised by this and very, very disappointed. I'm happy to go into more detail about this if you like, but the primary reason was that there was simply not enough newer condo inventory available at the time. Because I have a larger dog, it was almost impossible to find a rental in an older building or in a basement suite. My intention is to move back to the area and likely purchase a condo, preferably in a newer concrete building. In fact, should the Rise site be developed as proposed, a condo unit there would be something I would likely consider. I work with many clients in Mount Pleasant, so I try my best to stay in the loop with changes to the neighborhood. I did participate in some of the Mount Pleasant community planning workshops. I've attended transit workshops regarding the proposed rapid line along the Broadway corridor, and I've attended many of the Rise workshops and open houses. I also attended one of the first ramp meetings and noticed a lot of accepted misinformation by some of the attendees. Given that we only anticipate 3 high-density sites in the area, as per the community plan, I would have supported 26 stories for the sake of longer-term population growth and required housing needs. I'm aware that there will be enhanced rapid transit along the Broadway corridor in the years to come, connecting the current SkyTrain line all the way to UBC. It's also important to note that the Central Broadway between Main and Arbutus is the second largest office district in all of BC next to downtown. I don't have the exact numbers, but my understanding is that the city is looking to significantly increase the commercial density along this corridor, meaning way more office space, way more people, and potentially way more traffic. Given this, and given that we anticipate Main and Broadway to be a rapid transit hub in the relatively near future, the site at Kingsway and Broadway, in my opinion, is an ideal location for a lot of additional housing. Housing near transit is in high demand. There was a lot of contention around the Marine Gateway project at Cambie. The project was approved, and my understanding is there were upward of 11,000 registrants for the 415 homes. Just a few weeks ago, the project sold out in only 4 hours. I'm excited for enhanced transit along Broadway. I'm excited for much better and more housing options near this area. I think it's critical to plan ahead and plan smart around these hubs as we anticipate them. I would much rather see an increase in density now, cleverly planned before the new transit line comes in. In regards to housing affordability, I thought it was important to pull out some of the statistics and facts, and I can answer more questions should you have them. But I was looking particularly for family options. I wanted to give you some examples. As of last week, when I pulled my stats, because I thought I was speaking then, the number of detached houses currently available on the market in Mount Pleasant East was 12. In these 12 homes, there were 26 kitchens. And I did the math, the average size per dwelling unit within those homes was 955 square feet. So very comparable to a good-sized 2-bedroom condo. Only 4 of the 12 homes had only 1 kitchen. 3 of the 4 were approximately 1,200 square feet, which would be comparable to a good 2-size bedroom townhome. My point is this is how local residents are living. For the average young family looking to purchase real estate in this area, there are very few affordable options, particularly in the detached home market. And it definitely appears that most buyers of detached homes are reliant on mortgage helpers and are simply living in small spaces. So for many of them, condo and townhomes are the best option. I'm struggling with many of my clients right now to find suitable properties within their price range, and they often end up compromising the neighborhood they want to live in order to get something they can afford and that's more suitable for their lifestyle. Watching some of the speakers over the last few weeks, I've noticed a recurring question: what is affordable housing? In my opinion, housing affordability in regards to real estate and rental markets is very dependent on housing diversity in any given neighborhood, because affordability means different things to different people. For example, affordability might be related to upfront costs such as down payment, monthly costs, assurance of no large unexpected costs, including included features, utilities, amenities with the cost of the home, or even speculative profit. It's important to note that many of the older condo options nearby, although they have lower sticker prices, often deal with large rehabilitation costs and can be very difficult for many buyers to finance. There's my alarm, so I know I'm going over. By limiting, by limiting a housing type, you may be essentially limiting a certain demographic or sector of the demographic within that community to be able to buy. I can go into that more if you like. I believe
you're at your 5 minutes. If you could wrap up in a sentence. You have a question coming too.
Yeah, no worries. I do anticipate there will probably be a lot of investors purchasing in this building, given the location, being it's close to transit and very unique. So I would expect it to add to the market rental housing. Vacancy rates are very low, despite what some people have suggested. Many of the older condos you see north of Broadway between Main and Clark do not allow any rentals at all, or very few. My only suggestion to the developer, and they may have looked at this already, is to file a rental disclosure statement with the project prohibiting rental restrictions by the Strata Corporation for the expected life of the building, to ensure at the very least the owners of the units have the option to rent out their property and add to rental housing.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Jang.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm over here.
Sorry.
That's okay. Most people look me right back. Just a quick question. You clearly know the area very well, the real estate situation.
Yes.
So what you're suggesting is that, just to get it straight, that of the single detached dwellings that are available now, most of them are rent. A lot of them have like mortgage helpers, or there's 2 suites and there's multiple families.
They're mostly multi-family homes. The exceptions would typically be newer homes, which are quite small. And usually would still have a basement suite anyhow.
So the actual living floor space, if I understood you correctly, is no different in these older homes as they would be in a condominium.
Absolutely.
Or rental.
The biggest difference is the fact that you're on land, so you have a bit of a yard. But the purchasing cost is obviously much higher, and maintenance is different depending on the age of the home.
So given that there's only 12 properties available for sale the last time you checked.
Yeah, that was Wednesday last week.
That was last week, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not going to buy a house.
No worries.
How much were they going for?
I think I actually brought that with me just in case. Yeah, the lowest asking price, right? So it's asking, some may sell for less, some, as you know, may sell for way more. Lowest list price was $778. The highest list price was $1.39. And this is Mount Pleasant East as per the MLS, but I did cut it off not to include Strathcona, because on our system it does include Strathcona. So this is basically Terminal to 16th, and then Ontario to Clark.
Wow.
Yeah.
So as somebody who's young, wanting to move into Mount Pleasant again, I mean, I was kind of intrigued by your statement that it was cheaper to live in downtown Vancouver than it was in Mount Pleasant.
For me, it wouldn't be for everybody, but for my situation, yes, it was.
Okay, could you elaborate on that a bit so I get a bit of context?
100%. This was last June, just to give you context of time. I had, prior to that, been living in a live-work loft around 2nd and Scotia. I was paying $1,700 a month for hardly a 1-bedroom, and that's a little excessive. It was quite nice, but what I wanted to do was find preferably a 1-bedroom, but I was open to studios. I needed parking. I didn't want a roommate, so it's just me. I have a larger dog, so a lot of the older condo buildings don't allow pets, for one. Secondly, larger dogs specifically. Secondly, a lot of those homes simply don't allow rentals at all. So they're not actually as much of an option as people think in terms of inventory out there. Most of the apartment buildings that are run by property management simply don't allow pets. There's very, very few, and when they do become available, they get snatched up pretty quick. So that was my big thing. So the few homes that I saw that weren't in newer condos that were options for me were, to put it nicely, not very nice. But they were still around $1,200 a month. Okay, so and those I did see one, for example, really close to this site, across from Kingsgate Mall, exposed to Kingsway. 1 bedroom, poor layout, ground floor, so not very good security for me as a woman, single woman.
You have a big dog.
I have a big dog, yes. So that is added, yeah. No parking and no laundry, which for me was not favorable. But $1,200. My office is downtown, so I do commute. And because I'm a realtor, I need my car. I don't just take transit to my office. So $1,200 was sort of the point I was looking at in Mount Pleasant. In a newer condo, I was looking in the social building. The district building wasn't available yet. The 1 bedrooms were approximately $1,400 to $1,550. The $1,400 ones were coming from the developer, and they didn't allow me to bring my dog either, so they actually weren't options. Not this developer, it was Ani, thank you very much. But anyhow, I'm renting a 1-bedroom condo downtown at Hamilton and Robson, across the street from my office. It's in a 3-year-old building, 1 bedroom. I'm paying $1,350 a month, and I have parking. And because I have parking, I don't have to pay for additional parking. When it's costing me about $200 a month to park downtown. So
we're almost out of time.
No worries.
I get the picture.
Yeah, you get the picture.
Yeah,
it's expensive in Mount Pleasant if you're someone like me. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay. Thanks very much for coming to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And next up is Tamar Uzil. I hope I've got that right. And then we're going to take a short break and come back with speaker number 182, John Yano. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tamar Uziel. I'm a freelance artist by trade. I am a member of IATSE, and I am represented by an agency that closed their office in Vancouver due to the high rent and condo costs, and now have to communicate with Toronto. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant and have been for almost 15 years. I've seen this community go from a skid row to the present demographic. In regards to rise development, I must say I'm against it. But I must inform you that I'm not against development nor densification. My ideal look for Mount Pleasant would be to stick with the skyline and heritage feel. We have and build multiple smaller projects like the ones Louis Villegas suggested. Good city examples would be London, UK, San Francisco, Portland, Brooklyn, Williamsburg. Implementing row housing with yards, laneway homes, 3-story walk-ups, keeping our city a garden city with downtown and low once industrial areas for taller high-rise buildings. There's been a massive elephant in the room. We keep on saying there's a housing shortage. I have to say no, there's no housing shortage in general. There is, however, a shortage of affordable housing and low-income or subsidized housing. According to an independent study done by BTA Works, and I need to tell you this is an architectural firm, since neither the government nor city keeps track of this information, this was my only source of suggested to me by calling 311, which is City Hall. In 2009, there was an estimated 80,000 condos in Vancouver, according to the research. 5.5 to 8.5% were empty. At a minimum, that's 4,400 empty condos and a max at 6,800 condos. And that doesn't even cover apartment rentals or house rentals or the single-family housing, which is actually 3 units, because there's no single-family housing in Vancouver. We rely on the market to determine what our homes are worth. That is the first flaw. We are not dealing with an insular local market. Local Vancouverites who wish to purchase within Vancouver must not only compete with Vancouverites, but they must compete with out-of-town, out-of-province, and international investors. This is also covered in the BTA Works documents. Investors from outside Vancouver who make more income than the average Vancouverite, which according to Stats Canada is $36,123 per year. Again, keep in mind that the Canadian or provincial or city governments keep tracks of who owns what and where do they live, which by doing so can protect the inhabitants of Vancouver from people outside of the city using Vancouver as a real estate card game or stock market to make themselves profit with no concern of the impact of the people who actually live in Vancouver and want to invest in the communities they live in. Mount Pleasant's average income, specifically after taxes, is about $26,623.25. The percentage of Mount Pleasant inhabitants who make less than $35,000 a year is closer to 60%. Low income is set at 50% of median family income. Low income cutoffs, LICOs, in addition to 20% or more spent on food, shelter, clothing than the average family income. Low income measure, LIM, cutoff after taxes in urban areas, which is 500,000 people plus, for one person in 2005 is 17,219. And there's no updates on any of this information, so a lot of it is older, unfortunately. The Government of Canada's definition of affordable housing. This is another question that keeps on coming up. The cost of, according to the Government of Canada, the cost of adequate shelter should not exceed 30% of household income. Housing of which costs less than this is considered affordable. However, consumers, housing providers, and advocacy groups tend to use a broader definition of affordability. The average yearly housing cost in Vancouver, and this is on the city site as well as the Government of Canada site, is $17,449, averaging out to $1,454.08 a month. Taking this into consideration, the average housing cost is $17,449 a year, and the annual income after taxes in Mount Pleasant is $26,623.25. That is more than half of the person's income that goes into rent only. This is not affordable according to the Government of Canada. So my question to the city and to the developers, how much profit does one need before considering the community you're building in? You are getting tax breaks from the city to put into social housing and amenities and rise. Does that equate the $6,250,000 or the $1.75 million going into housing? This in itself is skewed. $1.75 million is barely enough to buy 2 homes in Strathcona. How does that equal the amount of dwellings now removed from your project? The math does not add up. I haven't even discussed the negative impact to the neighborhood. In less than 9 years, my rent has gone up 300%. Every time I get rent evicted or my rent goes past my cost of living, I'm forced to move into a smaller and smaller home. You say development decreases rental rates. Well, in my experience, in Mount Pleasant, the opposite. On my street, which is East 13th between Main and Sophia, there has been at least 1 rent eviction building. On East 14th, on the same block, there has been 3. These buildings went from $700 to $900 for a 1-bedroom before the evictions to $1,200 to $1,600 after the renovations to equal with the condo rental prices, which is based on the housing market and mortgage rates. Not
so you're
affordable.
Over your 5 minutes. You
I'm
wrap
almost
up.
done. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's not affordable according to the Government of Canada. I'm not even going to discuss parking because I don't have the time. So in conclusion, I do not approve of RISE until the city takes responsibility taking care of its citizens' needs, not the developers' needs, no matter how much the owner, no offense, likes to collect art and likes to swoon in on that concept. And I will also say, I will always say no. People over profit, local people over for the profit, the people that don't even live here.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if your presentation is in a format in which you can email it to us.
I actually have copies of my presentation that actually has a lot more information in it. It's just 5 minutes is not enough to discuss the facts, like the charts and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's my presentation itself. And then here I have the Canada Revenue Agency going by postal code, the incomes, which is where I got that information. And then here, this is the data works that was done by Andrew Yan on May 29th. And I'd just like to mention, this was mostly done downtown, so I had to ratio it out. As well as there is an old Stats Canada that says that 14% of Vancouver condos are empty, not 8.9. But I decided to go with something that is architectural firm. So I'm trying not to be biased because it is an architectural firm that's involved. So I went with the more corporate figures. And then another article about family buying powder eroding and where I got all the low income cutoffs. From 2005 from the Government of Canada because there isn't an updated version. Any other questions?
Councillor Carr, are you?
I am fine. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for coming to speak and for all that information. So we are going to take about a 10-minute max break. A quick break and come back to speaker number 182, John Yano, and Iqbal Singh, who we missed a few speakers ago. Will be right after Mr. Yano. We'll see everyone in less than 10 minutes. Thank you. Recess. Well, actually, Council, why don't we, before we take that break, I did say this earlier, just confirm when we are going to close this evening. 10 o'clock is the default. You want to move 11 o'clock? Does that look agreeable? A motion from Councillor Louis to go to 11 o'clock tonight. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. So we will go till 11. So we'll have 2.5 hours roughly of speakers until we wrap up tonight, which will be, we'll have to calculate the numbers, how fast we've been moving through speakers, but that's likely to be a few dozen more speakers anyway this evening. So we're on speaker number 182, and 11 o'clock is when we are going to recess tonight, because it's very unlikely that we're going to hear from another 100 speakers in the next 2.5 hours. So, yeah, it will be probably between 25 and 40 speakers on the list, depending on how many are here. Okay, we're recessed for until 8:35. Okay, we're going to get started again here. If people could take their seats. That was a little longer than 10 minutes. But we'll let it go this time. Big lineup at the washroom. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order, and we are on speaker number 182. I've got a couple speakers that we just missed over the last 20 minutes or half hour that I'll call. So we got John Yano at 182, Iqbal Singh, who we missed earlier, Eileen Lawson, Rob Jolivet, and then 183 is Anna Ackerman. So John Yano, welcome.
Good evening, concerned members of our community. My name is John Yano. I'm a citizen of Vancouver. Although I do not live or work in the vicinity of the proposed development, I do regularly visit and use the surrounding neighborhood. I am vehemently opposed to this project on many levels, but for the lack of opportunity to speak to this matter beyond the limit of 5 minutes on one occasion, I will limit my comments to 3 topics. Firstly, I wish to address the imbalance of benefits of this development. The awarding of higher density to this location disproportionately benefits the property speculator and penalizes the surrounding community. The property speculator receives significant financial reward, while the members of the surrounding neighborhood are adversely affected by the gentrification impacting the cost of doing business and living in the area. The imposition of a large group of people to the community that is already inadequately served by community centers and other amenities. The current structure of development fees, I strongly believe, inadequately compensates the city for the true cost of the development, thereby offloading the burden to the citizens of Vancouver, who must either endure diminished services or pay higher taxes in order to maintain the current level of delivery of services. Secondly, the project inadequately addresses the need for affordable housing in the community. The amenity package offered does not provide anywhere near the required financial assistance to provide the mandated 20% affordable housing. This is one of the few locations in the community that can provide the uplift to affordable housing in the community. If this project is approved, it sets a very bad precedent for the future large developments in the area. Within the city, there is a huge need for affordable housing for families. Vancouver can hardly be the greenest city if it continues to force families to commute long distances to work and required services because they cannot afford the cost of living in the city. Thirdly, I oppose this project because it fails to meet the requirement that the design be iconic and sensitive to its surroundings. I assume the requirement for iconic is meant in a positive sense. This proposed development is a Frankenstein monstrosity that is a patchwork of ill-conceived inadequacy at the best. The architects certainly can put together a much better cohesive plan that embraces the unique nature of this site and its difficulty. The current design can only be described as iconic in a very negative sense. I hope that we will ensure that only the positive sense of iconic is used to describe the architecture in our city. In that we are looking to support development that, yes, increases density, but supports the needs and aspirations of the community at large. This only serves to benefit a very few individuals, the owners of the redevelopment site, and potentially the people who move into this neighborhood who benefit from the fabulous views afforded by this site. The nature of this is to diminish the affordability of the neighborhood, which I have seen, having lived in Kitsilano for many years and seen the nature of the community robbed of its diversity and become a run-on strip mall featuring many of the stores that I could find in Oak Ridge or the Pacific Center, losing the family-owned businesses that I treasured in the community. I do not want this for Mount Pleasant, and I see this as a step in the direction that would severely impact the neighborhood, and I urge the Mayor and Council that you reject this proposed redevelopment in its current form, for it is little more than a blight on the landscape of our city.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak, Mr. Yano. And next is Iqbal Singh. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Iqbal Singh, and I am a resident of the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. I am opposed to this proposal in its current form. I don't want our neighborhood to turn into a field of chain stores. I enjoy the small independent businesses that I frequent often, and I fear that their rents will increase and they will be pushed out. We already have already have several great shopping districts where chain stores reside, and I'd like to help keep our neighborhood's character intact. I love living in this neighborhood, and I fear I fear not just my rent, but everybody's rent will increase to a point where I have to consider either moving back in with 3 other people or moving further away from where my life is just to survive. As it is, I work more than a manageable work week. As a freelancer arts administrator, I work about 5 different contracts on a regular basis just to cover my rent. That doesn't even include covering ever extra expenses. This doesn't really leave me much time as an artist to actually work on my art, so I feel that that is suffering too. Increasing rents in this neighborhood will definitely affect not just myself, but several people, not just artists, but other people living in the neighborhood as far as where they can survive. And finally, it's the height of the proposed building that I'm opposed to. It's way too tall for our neighborhood, and I really don't want the rise to open up the floodgates to more buildings like this one moving in, something I feel will be inevitable if this structure is approved. Thank you for this time to express my feelings.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and speaking. And next catch-up speaker is Eileen Lawson. Eileen Lawson, then we'll have Rob Jolivet. And then we're at 183, Anna Ackerman, 184, John Petrie, 185, Rob Livera. Welcome.
Sorensen now, actually.
Okay.
Can you hear okay?
Yes. Actually, you can pull them, or you can lower the whole podium there.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine, thanks. I'm opposed to the high-rise for the same reasons as I've heard many others say about the gentrification. I'm concerned that if I end up being forced out, I'll have to have a long commute, doctor's offices and everything in this area. It's a lot of people that are low income that live in the area because it's close to their doctor's offices. So that's basically what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for coming. Councillor Jang, you have a question?
Hi, I have a question for you. Sorry about I'm back. Could you come back? I just have a quick question for you. Sorry about that. I was slow on I pressed the wrong button and I changed screens and not indicated.
Sorry.
You said that you were scared of being forced out, and could you elaborate a bit more on that? Like, how would you, in your mind, feel that this development would force you out?
It would bring the prices of everything up in the neighborhood, all of the rents going up. They are going up as it is. Another increase or two, and I'll be forced out. There'll be no...
So the rents, I understand, are things across the city are going up because of all sorts of issues, not just development. I mean, do you see that? Well, I guess the question is, if we were not to approve this, things would still go up in price, and you would still be in jeopardy, would you not?
Well, I wouldn't think so. At least we'll still have houses and the smaller buildings. We wouldn't have it turning into a bunch of high-rises that no one can find your way through.
But there's only one high-rise being proposed, not a bunch of high-rises.
Sooner or later they'll come in.
So your fear is that this would lead to more, but according to the plan, it says that there's only 3 that are suggested for the neighborhood on certain sites, special sites.
That's 2 more than I thought. 3 more than I thought.
So you haven't read the community plan?
I said there's 2 more than I knew about and 3 more than I approve of.
So I take it you haven't read the community plan.
I don't want to live in Metro Town, and this is what it'll turn into.
Okay.
I can't find my way around when I go downtown. I can't see the North Shore. I'm lost.
You need the mountains to know which way north is.
It changes so fast, and it's ruining the neighborhood. My own view is being ruined by some of these high-rises as well. 16 years in the same apartment, and I'm watching the changes, and I don't really like it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
very
thank you.
Okay. Thanks for coming to speak. We have Rob Jolivet is next, followed by Anna Ackerman.
Okay, I didn't have a speech plan, so I just wrote one out here. It says, I am opposed to the development at 180 Kingsway because of the loss of small businesses and the rent increases. I've seen how the development of Metrotown and downtown has affected these areas. When Mount Pleasant is gentrified, I'm afraid it will go on like this until it's all the same everywhere. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Anna Ackerman, 183.
Good evening. I've lived in this community for a short time, only for 4 years, and I currently live on Broadway near Ontario. I'm part of a very lucky portion of the population whose rent makes up an affordable portion of my income, thanks in no small part to my landlord who hasn't raised my rent and the fact that I haven't moved since this neighborhood has become overtly trendy. I'm opposed to this project for the following reasons. Number 1, traffic of all kinds in the area. I bike around the city as my main mode of transportation, and I use the Ontario bike route to head downtown every morning. I have noticed a change in attitudes of the motorists near the burgeoning new development sites at Ontario and First. They speed across Ontario, and they have very little patience for cyclists on the roadways. I used to bike across Main and Kingsway along 10th Avenue every day when I worked in Burnaby. Motorists on Main and Kingsway along 10th understood that they are on a bike route and then in an area with many pedestrians and treat the area with appropriate caution. I fear that an increase in commercial and residential vehicles turning out onto Watson or onto 10th are not going to have this consideration, and the incredible increase of traffic in this area scares me as a cyclist. I truly believe that cycling is an amazing way to get around the city, and that it is a balance between the needs of motorists and pedestrians and cyclists that makes this work. Having routes that are designated as cycleways helps create safer spaces, and putting a major development access point on one really won't help. And in terms of the proposed one-way roadway with a separated bike lane, I think this is a really silly idea. Half a block of one-way street with a bike lane so that the westbound bike traffic would have to traverse Kingsway to get into the separated bike lane and then traverse across Main Street to get back onto the right side of the road just isn't worth it for half a block. And that from my estimation, half of the motorists who are traveling along 10th towards the west turn south onto Main Street, and they'll be crossing all of this bike traffic that's heading the other way. So honestly, as a cyclist, I probably wouldn't use the separated bike lane even if it was there, because it's not worth it. For the second reason I oppose this project is for the building design and scale. I don't believe that 19 stories fits within the scale of this neighborhood. In order for it to fit in, it will need to set a precedent in the area that allows other similarly tall buildings to help round out the area and recreate that hilltop feel that the community plan mentions. If you give your approval, this will set a precedent. How could you possibly keep the promise that was made by the proponent that this will be the highest building in the neighborhood for 100 years, when a developer wants to put a 25-story building on the Kingsgate Mall spot, or have a spot rezoning of the hotel block across the street? I'm not getting a sense that our community plan is strong enough to hold back other spot rezonings if this is how it's being used now. Furthermore, the design of this tower belongs downtown. Walk around this neighborhood. You see concrete and brickwork and wood and stucco, not huge multicolored glass buildings. And these glass wall buildings are ridiculous in terms of heating and cooling. I work in one in downtown, and it'll be like 10 degrees, and then it'll be like 25. And I just know that the heating and ventilation systems have to work overdrive to make up with those peaks and spikes. This goes against the city's and BC Hydro's expressed interest in lowering our electrical consumption and becoming the greenest city ever. If I'm no architect, but as a citizen, I just think this design of this building is really unappealing. The bubblegum wall just really sets it over for me. If nothing else, lower the height of this building to 10 to 20 stories, design the building closer to Rise's own on cue, and at least it won't be nearly unattractive or out of place in the community. And thirdly, amenities. Many new buildings have gone up in this area, but where is the increase in amenities, community service, and transit to support all these new users? The map the city planners produced on March 27th, illustrating how far you can get in 15 minutes from the Rise site, does not take into account waiting 10 to 15 minutes for a 99B line heading west that you can just squeeze into in the morning when UBC is in session. Mount Pleasant might have a future as a transit hub, but we just really aren't there now, and I think increased traffic heading west is, well, you really need to have an extra hour to get to school. And I'm lucky enough to have a spot in a local community garden after waiting for 3 years. And I know that the waiting list for that same garden is now 100 plus people long. Where is the community space for the existing residents? And where is the community space for the new residents going to be? I know that the CAC money is supposed to help offset the cost for new amenities for the city, but I'm worried with all these new people arriving in the community from other developments, along with this one, put an even greater strain on the existing community service that are available and the time that it will take for the city to properly allocate those funds. And finally, I have yet to understand what the benefit is to this community if we change the spirit of our community like this. I know that the developers are going to put this contribution towards an undisclosed community amenity, and you seem like a really nice council, and I'm sure the staff here work really hard, but you need to figure out specifically what this will do. What will a precedent like this do to my community? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a question. Do you have a question from Councillor Carr?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Two questions, actually. Regarding the bike lane, is your assumption that the separated bike lane will just be for the one block, so therefore accessing
Well, that's what they showed at the last week.
All
it
right.
was just from, not even the whole block, it was just part of the block. There's sort of an alleyway. It's not like, well, Watson kind of jogs a bit. There's like Kia Foods, and then there's an alleyway, and that's, to me, where, on the picture, the separated bike lane started.
I'll ask that question to staff.
It just seemed to me that, I understand that will help. I use the separated bike lanes downtown. I think they're really great as long as people aren't trying to turn right into you. Andrea Reimer asked the question. I didn't hear it today. I was at work, but about all there's a garage on that side and an underground parking stall or parking lot for the residents. There's sort of a small group of houses above that, how they will access. It's just like half a block, and there are 4 different access points for cars.
The answer to that was given to us and is now on the website.
Okay.
But the other question's not answered yet, so I will ask that, and we will hopefully have an answer.
Appreciate that.
And regarding the transit hub, I took note that you use the transit around that area, and it's already to capacity, or buses pass by?
Well, when I was going to UBC 2 years ago, and I went once or twice this year just for some work, I waited for quite some time for a 99 heading out. It's, it was not, well, I mean, everybody gets on a commercial, and then more people get on at VCC and Fraser, and nobody gets off at Main Street. There's no, big, and then everybody gets off at the hospital in Cambie Street because there's the Canada line. But at Main Street, I mean, maybe it's changed, but there were no buses arriving, half full. And they come regularly. They come every 2 minutes, but they're all full. So, lots of people are using transit. That's great. But
I'll ask a question about that, too. Thanks very much for your questions.
All right. Thanks for coming to speak. Next up, John Petrie, 184, and followed by 185, Rob Libera. Yep. You're going to... Okay. And 187, Heather Burgess. 188, Sarah Chesterman. 189, M. Johal. 190, Joanne McKinnon.
Good, yeah, that's plenty. Thank you. I'm opposed to this project. It provides no useful amenity, falls way short of meeting the community plan, and will lead to generification of a historic and quirky neighborhood. Note I use the word generification, a variation of the word generic. I want to speak about FSR, density, height lift, and money. Hopefully, after I run out of time, one of you will ask me about money and land lift. If this project does go through, the developer is getting one hell of a good deal. The calculated land lift is way too low. Assume this is the site. Broadway, Kingsway, 10th, Watson. I want to talk about FSR. 4 of these things more or less cover this. So that's one FSR. Imagine each of these a quarter of the site, 10 feet high. It's more or less an average floor-to-floor residential. That's one FSR. This is also one FSR. Half the site covered, 2 stories. Pretty odd. Put on 4 more, you got 2 FSR. And 4 more, you got 3 FSR. 3 FSR you have to earn in this, under this zoning, and you have to provide some kind of amenity. Half the lot as open space would be pretty good to get the 3 FSR. This is 60 feet high, these are 10 feet. Something interesting happens. This is a quarter of an FSR, a quarter of the FSR. It represents about 11 apartments, 1,000 square foot apartments. You move this one up from here to here, each apartment is worth another $10,000. That's the way this market is. You can check with Zoza Brothers and Paul Street, the pre-sale place. All the same, 1,000 square feet up 1 story is an extra $10,000. So developers have an interest in this. If they can move, this is 70 feet up. If they can get you guys to approve a 200-foot building, they can move this from 70 feet to 130 feet, to 170 feet. They moved it up 10 stories, 100 feet. That's worth $1.5 million in increased market value, gross market value. Sure, there are a few costs, but there's a lot of profit. That's why developers want height, not because they want density. You can get density. The rebuilding is about 6.5 FSR and 80 feet. The building they're proposing is 215 feet and 5.5. 1 FSR less, but 2.5 times the height. I don't get this connection between density and height. They're making that connection because they want more money. Next, FSR ain't so simple, unfortunately. What happens is that your FSR is counted from floor to ceiling. So a 24-foot floor to ceiling is the same FSR. Let me move this over. A 24-foot floor to ceiling is the same FSR.
If you could be a little closer to the mic, it'd be easier for everyone to hear you. If you can, if your arms are that long.
Yeah. So this represents the first 2 floors of this building. It's bigger than in floor space in this because this is only half the lot. This is most of the lot. They've given up some sidewalk. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just over 40 feet tall. And it has a big trucking bay in it. So the volume of this is equivalent more or less to 3 FSR. But in fact, it's 1.55 FSR, and you can check, and I'd like to be contradicted on that. That's 80, the number of square feet in that works out to 1.55 FSR. So this thing is about half the FSR of this is the same damn size. So FSR as a measure needs to be supplemented by some volumetrics to understand how massive this building is. Next, how massive this building is. What they want to do, and this is to scale, is put this on top of it. Put this. And this is to scale. That is 215 feet measured against this, which is 60 feet. I have a tape measure for anyone who doesn't want to, if somebody doesn't want to believe it. So that's what's going on here. And this is worth, if this FSR, which I think is, I've forgotten what it is now, but if this, I think it's about 2.5, if this whole FSR was down here at the 35-foot level, the difference in value just on height lift would be almost $10 million. That is, by putting all this FSR up here, as opposed to down here, they're getting an extra $9 million, more or less. And that's why they want to build high. And they don't need to.
Okay, you're over your time, but you've got a question. Councillor Carr.
The question I'd like to be asked is about land lift.
You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thank you. That was very instructive. Can you reiterate for me the level above which there is generated extra profit by higher sale prices? You said that, is it above 7 stores, over 70 feet? Does it sort of happen after a certain level?
I think it starts happening from the ground. I mean, who would want to live on the ground here? Generally, ground floor apartments where I live go for less than the second floor. And generally what happens is you get more view as you go up, and it's more prestigious. I mean, it's fashion. And I think it's just a general rule of thumb. And by the way, Michael Geller, in one of his blogs, said he was paid $1,000 for every extra foot he was able to get from the planning department by the developer. Every extra foot of height.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for coming to speak and present. So next up is 185, Rob Libera, and followed by Heather Burgess, Sarah Chesterman. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Rob Libera. Thank you for having me. I've basically, my parents emigrated from Poland. They lived in Northern Ontario. And then my mom decided to come to Vancouver because the weather was milder. My father was a welder. He worked outside. Very cold in the winter and very, very hot in the summer with a lot of mosquitoes and Atikokan. So they came to Vancouver, and this is 46 years ago. And they were in Vancouver for the first 40 days, and it was raining every single day. But my father went down and got a job at Second in Quebec at Opsal Steel, and they decided to stay. Fortunate enough for me because 2 years later my brother was born, and then I was born after that. I grew up on Commercial Street. I lived there all my life. I basically was in the car business since I was like 17 years old, and then I opened up my own business when I was about 24, and when I was about 26 I opened up a lot on Main Street called Blue Star Motors between 6th and 7th, and I purchased a property there right by Bond Mechanical, and I've been there ever since, so it's almost been 17 years. And when I first got there, the neighborhood was pretty rough. Used to find lots of condoms in the alley. Used to have lots of break-ins. I had my neighbor who was dealing with engine rebuilding, and there was a lot of, just more transient people in the area. Through the time of being in the area, I've seen the development of restaurants and more things kind of moving into there to develop it. And the most I've seen is actually in the last few years of the development of the Amacon district and also social, and these buildings getting finished, and finally the people moving into the area. And along with just seeing all the new people in the area and just what's happening with the area, I can see nothing but positive changes. Meeting all the people and seeing, like, not from all ages, younger and older, but just the energy that they bring to the area and the change of spirit. Like, even just a few Sundays ago, just driving around in the neighborhood, you could see people that, with their babies, people with their dogs, and a different kind of breed versus what I've been used to over the last 17, 18 years. Vancouver is growing. There's not going to be, like someone was earlier giving an example in Australia of how, basically 6 and 8 foot, 8-story buildings would work. We're just such a complex area with, the ocean and the mountains, and just really, really difficult geography to kind of plan out a city where you have low-rise buildings and lots of single dwelling homes. I'm for the development. I think it's great. I grew up again on Commercial Street. I've seen what's happened at Knight and Clark with the development that's been there. It's almost 20 stories. It's, that was an empty Safeway parking lot for years. I remember going to that Safeway when I was a kid and across the street to Fields. And I think that's done wonders for the area, and it hasn't really affected anything around the area. It just seems to be self-contained, and if anything, there's a few, lots of mom-and-pop businesses that have sprouted in the area. I think there's a strong Chinese and Vietnamese community in that zone, so there's a lot of little restaurants that are around there. Ma and pa, not your franchise stores. So that's a perfect example of what could possibly happen at Broadway and Main Kingsway. That being the center, it's another gateway to Vancouver, having a beautiful building that would basically be a forefront into the entrance while you're driving into or out of the city. And I can think of no better way to greet someone coming into Vancouver. And I feel very bad for the way the developers are being treated, and I've seen a lot of how they're been looked upon as if making money is something that's negative. The amount of I guess the jigsaw puzzle and the amount of work that they have to go through to get their developments approved, not only just for the public, but just with dealing with numbers in order to get their projects to go, to make an area better, is horrendous. I could never do that, and I'm in a tough business myself, but I wouldn't ever want to accept that challenge to do what they have to do. So I'm gung-ho for 26 or even 30 stories. I think it's fantastic for the area. I think that the people that are being introduced in the area blend well with everybody that's in Vancouver. Vancouver's a very dynamic city. We do have people that do buy from out, that have money that buy from out of the city, but we can't have no control of that because Vancouver's a beautiful place to live, and I feel very fortunate to be a part of the city and speak in pro for the Rise development.
All right. Thank you very much for coming to speak. And next up is Heather Burgess, number 187. She's followed by Sarah Chesterman, Am Johal, Joanne McKinnon, Andrew Schultz, and 192, Bob Kronbauer. Welcome.
Hello. Thanks for having me. I guess before I start where I planned on starting, I guess I want to say to the last speaker that he talked about mom and pop shops being able to open up, and all I've seen is them closing down, and that I don't understand at all. So I guess, so my name is Heather Burgess, and as an artist, a cyclist, a Mount Pleasant resident, and someone who is living basically around the poverty line, I'm opposed to this rezoning application in its current form. My stance against this application is largely personal, but is also based on compassion and empathy for those small businesses that have had to leave Main Street, close down, completely relocate, or I guess just move to a different area. But the reason from what I've heard, is often largely based on rental or property tax increases. Happy Bad Video, LBD Dress, Pinky's Laundromat, Echo Vintage, Life of Riley Clothing Store, Narcissist, Capriano's Italian Restaurant, and Ruby Dog are just a selection of the 18 stores and services that have closed down, largely, if not solely, due to these reasons. As a young, emerging artist who loves Vancouver, like many people that I've spoken with, I also have a deep frustration with the city, and I'm worried for my future as an artist and those small businesses that have a creative and entrepreneurial bone. For the last 15 months, I've worked for a local designer shop called Dream Apparel, located in Gastown and on Granville Island. And through this position, I've seen the realities of running a small, locally creative-based business in Vancouver. It's both inspiring and extremely intimidating, but that's what I would like to do, and frankly, I don't know if I'll be able to do that in Vancouver after sitting on this idea for the last 2 years, and that I find incredibly sad. I just find it ironic that the kind of creative, eclectic areas of town like Mount Pleasant, which start out as mostly affordable for those of us who maybe make minimum wage at best, are more often than not gentrified as a result of increased rental costs along with other necessities of living. And basically the folks that help create these great neighborhoods are often pushed into another area in the city, and I understand that desirable neighborhoods will see property tax increases and commercial and residential rents will go up, but it just seems a defeatist attitude to accept the rapid increase as inevitable change. I'd like to thank all the people who have spoken before me and said some very amazing, incredible things. Ramp, Libby Davies, and Jenny Kwan. And I guess in closing, I came to Vancouver from Calgary basically for Mount Pleasant, and I'd hate to leave because of it. So thanks very much.
And thank you for coming to speak tonight. Sarah Chesterman is next. Is Sarah Chesterman here? Might be coming in now. M. Johal. Sarah Chesterman or M. Johal? Is Joanne McKinnon here? Joanne McKinnon, not here. Andrew Schultz? Oh, and that's not Andrew Schultz. Bob Kronbauer is in the house, 192. So after Mr. Kronbauer is 194, Andrea Nunez, Nathan Adelson, Barbara Jeffrey, Carla Urquhart, David Kokol. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Bob Kronbauer, and my family and I rent a home in Mount Pleasant. I publish a popular website called VancouverIsAwesome.com, which for the past 4 years has been highlighting all the great things going on in our city. Our mandate is to deliver only positive stories to the residents of Vancouver in order to increase civic pride and remind people of what keeps them living here. We get an average of 90,000 visitors to our website every month for a total of 3 million page impressions every year. I make my living off of this, so you could say that I have a vested interest in the continued awesomeness of Vancouver. So I've studied the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, and over the past few months I've looked very carefully at both sides of the arguments for and against the development. And one of the big things that I keep coming back to is the giant X marks the spot, where the community and this plan and your staff say that a possible development should be. And it's right there at Kingsway and Broadway. It's right there. X marks the spot on this plan. Everyone has seen it. And in fact, there's a sketch of a possible development in that plan that is practically identical in height and scope as to what RISE has put forward. And I hope that everyone is reading the same copy as I am. The community has suggested increased density there, and the developer has done more public engagement and consultation than we've seen any do in recent years. Have developers ever really asked for our opinions? And beyond that, have they ever worked the input into their projects in order to meet an almost absurd amount of requests from residents and taken up residence there for a year and taken input from the community beyond the community plan getting approved? because RISE has done just that. And this application in front of you is hugely different than the one that was originally proposed, but it seems that the people who are still not happy with it will never be pleased with whatever does or doesn't get designated for that chunk of land. Your staff have recommended this get approved, and I hope that the saving grace is that back in November, the entire city re-elected you, our progressive mayor, and the majority of this council based on a platform where one of the main issues was sustainability and becoming the greenest city by the year 2020. The Greenest City Initiative is so awesome, and I'm so impressed by what it's already achieved in making Vancouver a leader in sustainability. And I'm going to quote you, Mr. Mayor, from a February 1st interview you did with Stephen Quinn on CBC Radio, where you said a big part of the plan to do that includes adding density along the transit lines. The way I see it, this is one of your first real visual opportunities since the election to follow through on that, to allow more positive steps toward adding density and in turn sustainability at just the right places, to allow the construction of more housing and to follow a recently approved community plan to a T while doing that. I feel it would be a giant step back for the neighborhood and the community and the city as a whole if this rezoning application doesn't get approved. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thanks for coming to speak. No questions from councilors, so we're on to Andrea Nunez. Andrea Nunez here. How about Nathan Adelson? Here he comes. Okay. Followed by Barbara Jeffrey, Carla Urquhart, David Kokol, Edward Milden, speaker number 200. Welcome, Mr. Adelson.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. I'm here to speak tonight because I believe this is a very important site, not only for Mount Pleasant, but also for the city as a whole. It is literally at the crossroads of our larger community. When I started as a planner, we had a site office right across the street from this site, and I visited many of its restaurants and shops over the years. About 2 years ago, I also had a student in the class that I teach at, planning class I teach at UBC, work with Peter Birch and the Mount Pleasant Community Planning Committee to look at some of the social issues in the area. Tonight, I'd like to speak briefly about three things. The first, a key to the rezoning has to do with an iconic building, and I'd like to just speak briefly about that. And secondly, to talk about a few of the implications of the Mount Pleasant planning process. And finally, to say thank you and hope that you would join me in that. When I think of iconic buildings in Vancouver, at least, I tend to think of buildings like the Marine Building, Canada Place, Robson Square, Woodward's, City Hall. Often the term iconic is associated now with the form of design, the architecture. But I think as important is that the word icon is that it's a symbol. It's a symbol of where as a community we've been and where we're heading. It's not just a building, but a place and generally a public activity. Mount Pleasant is a mixed income community, a place where historically the working class residents of the east side meet the middle and upper income residents of the west side. That's not quite true today, but it's historically that's part of its identity. It's a place of the arts and of artists. Thus, I agree that affordable housing and art space are appropriate amenities for this building. And I know that with limited public funds, it's tempting to put these amenities in less expensive locations. However, to me, for this to be an iconic building, the amenities should be in the building, so it can become a real crossroads. To put them elsewhere might be equivalent to taking this building and redeveloping it, redeveloping City Hall for condos, pocketing the profits, and asking council to meet in the basement of City Square or perhaps Surrey Centre. If I were commenting on other aspects of the building design and the process, I would start by saying that I know that the design team is capable of doing wonderful work, and I've seen some of these and worked with some of them on some of them. But the current proposal might best be named after what was my favorite restaurant on the site, for those who remember it, the Hotaki. Say that? Sorry, I think it'll pass the translation test. I'd probably also quote a politician I don't often quote, Sarah Palin, and ask for a do-over. Some of this can be done at the development permit stage to better accommodate transit and pedestrian use, but actually this site should include the site next to it and really become a focal point for transit and the to make it the real crossroads to our entire community. With respect to the planning process, I would suggest three things that we might learn from Mount Pleasant. First, rezoning applications should generally not be permitted during a community planning process. And so, those of you who were on council before, and I noticed there's several of you, will recall that it's kind of remarkable that the Mount Pleasant plan was so well received, given that it had to address not one, but two contentious applications while residents were trying to think about the future of that area. Secondly, I think it would be worth seeking changes to the Vancouver Charter to expand the scope of development levies so that we don't have to require developer-initiated rezonings to achieve community amenity contributions to secure the funds needed for public amenities. The third, this would allow us in our community planning to go the distance to actually pre-zone sites such as this in the context of the community plan and make the plan the real place where the issues that are being debated now can be considered all together and make that the fulsome process rather than one contentious application night after night after night at a time. Finally, I'd like to ask you to join me in two thanks. One is to the many residents and business people of Mount Pleasant who have come out for the last several evenings and will be coming out now. This has been a very heartfelt discussion, and I hope that everybody appreciates you're hearing a community speaking, some in favor, some opposed, but it's people who really care about their neighborhood. And I hope that nobody is filing any of the comments under NIMBY or that kind of dismissive thing. That there's some respectful discussion happening within the scope of public discourse. Finally, I would like to thank my friend and colleague, Peter Birch, the Mount Pleasant planner. He's been an incredible community planner over the years, a mentor to many of your staff and to some of the students that I've taught. Peter has one more sleep before he retires, and I think he deserves to be recognized for his patient and skillful work over many years for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adolphson. Thank you. No questions, but appreciate you giving the shout out to Peter and of course to the residents, many who have come and many more to come. Thanks for coming to speak. And next up, Barbara Jeffrey, 196, followed by Carla Urquhart, David Coco.
That was a hard act to follow. Mayor Robertson, City Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing. I've been impressed by the many young, articulate speakers who've come forth and told you how they feel. This is my first experience with a public hearing, and I'm gratified to see such a spectrum of speakers take the time and effort to voice their opinions. I feel it's a true representation of the neighborhood. I'm opposed to the rezoning from C38 for the Rise Alliance. I'm not opposed to a development on this site, but I have serious concerns that this project, the first of several planned for Mount Pleasant, does not reflect the visions of the citizens and taxpayers. I feel City Council has an obligation first and foremost to the current residents to ensure this site is developed in a manner that is respectful to Mount Pleasant. Many speakers before me have made reference to the city guidelines in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan and how this project violates the plan. I echo many of those sentiments. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's not just about height, but the sheer bulk and aesthetics of the development. To me, it's not aesthetically pleasing. In the Olympic Village, other than the towers around False Creek, the buildings in that area are generally 10 stories plus retail, with green spaces in between. King Edward Village is 15 stories and appears as a giant on the landscape. Visualize 19 stories. It doesn't fit in. You state that no other building will be higher than this tower. I can't see the Kingsgate or IGA sites being developed on a lesser scale once RISE is completed as planned today. We can do much better for Vancouver. One of the speakers last Wednesday did a slide presentation on the material prepared by the city for this public hearing. On page 1 of Appendix D, the overarching principles of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan are laid out specific to this rezoning site. I read this also and was going to comment, but the young woman presented the discrepancies very well. It seems that what many people spent time developing in principle is being ignored in this case. Iconic? Landmark? No. Our downtown library is iconic, City Hall is iconic, many buildings in our city are. Mount Pleasant, the Heritage Hall is. To me, the RISE development is nothing more than high-rise housing with box store space. Will small businesses be able to afford the retail rents? You stress that this project will bring young families to Mount Pleasant, a community that is viewed as a family neighborhood. Where are adequate services close to the proposed dense development, such as parks, pools, skating rinks, theaters, and gardens that I was hearing about tonight, and other family amenities? I know money has been budgeted by the developer for such things, but what's wrong with a public park and playground on top of the retail space in the courtyard of this project, or a theater or skating rink as part of the retail space? I perceive for many people who are speaking at these hearings, the real issue is trust. Trust that this, the first of several projects planned for Mount Pleasant, will indeed enhance the neighborhood and not simply put a strain on the existing infrastructure. Please address our fears that the city is not listening, and whatever is approved for this site sets the bar for future projects. Let's get it right the first time. The proposed project creates population density without addressing adequately the stresses this increase puts on the environment. Many people have talked about that. My concern would be more green space for oxygen use, disruption of our streets for vehicle, cycle, and pedestrian traffic, and creation of more pollution. This is in contradiction to the vision of a green Mount Pleasant. Another fear I hear people express is about affordability. There are experts who say with density comes affordability, but in Vancouver to date does not seem to be the case. Lowering the height of the building has resulted in doing away with rental units and the concept of artist workshops, and increased retail space, generating more income and putting the onus on those who oppose the height for the lack of affordability or artistic space. It is true that we haven't seen price tags on the units in RISE, but judging from surrounding prices, young families can't afford to buy, and the rental component is missing. Councillor Stevenson keeps asking, where do we put the 40,000 people moving to Vancouver? Yes, some in an aesthetically pleasing development on this site, but many can be accommodated in the myriad of developments already started all over Vancouver. Let's not fool ourselves into thinking the RISE site and future high-density projects in Mount Pleasant are the only space for future population growth. In closing, I would like to thank the Council for the due diligence that they've exhibited in their questions and thank them for the time they have devoted to these public hearings. I can only hope you take into account what you've heard during these proceedings when you vote on amending the bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak. Carla Urquhart is next, 197. David Coco, Edward Milden, Elizabeth Bryan, Amy. I'll get her last name later. Welcome.
Thanks. Before I start, I just want to compliment you on your pronunciation. No one ever gets my name right, so that was pretty cool.
Thank you.
Anyways, hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Carla Urquhart, and I'm against the rezoning proposal from RISE in its current form. I would like to make it very clear that I do not oppose increased density in Mount Pleasant. Actually, I strongly support creating higher density housing that would allow new residents of many demographics to live and work in my community. From listening to everything other members of the neighborhood have said in the past months, I can say with confidence that the majority of people who are against the RISE proposal do not oppose new developments or density. However, we do not think the current model is the best way to achieve these goals. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 2 years, and I recently purchased my first home on 6th and Carolina. I was drawn to this neighborhood because it offers something unique in Vancouver, that it's a walkable neighborhood with great transit accessibility, and it's close to downtown, but it offers reasonably priced housing, and Main Street is an excellent mix of shops and restaurants and services, etc., most of which are independently owned. I want to make it a little point that it's not a single-family neighborhood, as has been kind of said in the past. Mostly it is apartments, low and mid-rise, and most of the single-family homes are split up into 3 or 4 suites, so it works like apartments too. The thing I'm most worried about with this development is that it's going to threaten the existing character of the neighborhood, and if future developments in the area follow the same model, the reasons why I chose to move to Mount Pleasant in the first place may no longer exist here. While podium and tower form has been very successful in other areas, I don't think this approach to housing being used across the city will benefit Vancouver or make it inclusive for all kinds of families. Please consider that this high-rise form of development has until recently been used almost exclusively to create new neighborhoods out of industrial zones or undeveloped land. Using the same model in mature neighborhoods such as Mount Pleasant is not a viable solution. Developers need to work within the context of a neighborhood to create buildings that reflect that neighborhood's distinct needs and values. I can't help but wonder what the motivation is for creating a 2-story podium of retail, including one excessively large retail unit on the 2nd floor. If we're looking at rezoning the Kingsgate or IGA sites, I could see the viability in creating a large retail to replace an existing one, but I don't feel that this site warrants that need. Nowhere else in Mount Pleasant does a 2-story retail exist, and it was stated in the community plan and by many residents that the goal for development should be to maintain and enhance the unique shopping district of Main Street. And while the developers have argued that this site is not part of Main Street, it's literally half a block away from Mount Pleasant's most iconic intersection, Main and Broadway, so I don't see how this argument can have any merit. One simple way to improve the proposal by RISE to better suit the community would be to make only 1 story of retail along Broadway and along Kingsway, with residential streets starting on the 2nd floor. There could be townhouse or row house style housing along 10th Avenue and Watson Street, which would be in keeping with Watson Street being a special street, eliminate the need for loading docks and to support big box retail, and create family friendly housing options that it seems are not currently present on the site. At the same time, it would lower the height of the entire complex and would open up the possibility for an inner ground-level accessible courtyard, which would be either public or private, would still make it feel, not as big and monstrous as it is now. There's been a lot of controversy regarding the height of the tower proposed for the site, and since the beginning of the public consultation process, citizens have made it very clear that we don't support high-rise construction in our community. In response to this, RISE Alliance lowered the tower from 26 to 19 stories. However, at the same time, increased the floor height so that the actual height of the building was only slightly lowered. In doing this, I wonder how RISE Alliance can possibly claim that they have any interest in working with the community. As someone who will be affected for many years to come by this development and future ones in other sites in my community, I'm not here to fight the developer or ask them to sell the land or get out of Mount Pleasant. I'm here to ask you, as the elected officials we've chosen to represent us, to build a great and sustainable city and to not stand by and allow developers to control what our city becomes. I'm asking you to make them take the public consultation process seriously, which clearly they have not. I ask you to recognize that private citizens of Mount Pleasant have been responsible for change that's happened over the past 10 or 20 years. We've cleaned up the area of crime, created a unique shopping district, restored numerous heritage sites, and created a vibrant and desirable community. Please send RISE and their architects back to create something that we can truly call iconic, not a cookie-cutter high-rise, something that is to scale with its surroundings, something that respects Watson Street and will allow for small-scale retail along arterial streets, and something with units to suit all kinds of families. If we were presented with something more like this, I think you would have overwhelming support from the community to create more housing and higher density on this site. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming out to speak and getting it all in time. Number 200, Edward Milton is next. Speaker number followed by Elizabeth Bryan. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is David Coco. My parents and I bought the Wyona apartment in 11th Main in '78. This building has nice architecture, really nice. It fits with the old and fits with the new. I'm opposed to the new RISE building. It's too high for one, and the architect is not brick is brick, but there's no character in the brick. And it doesn't fit the Mount Pleasant, the Lee building to the 10th Avenue, to my building. You know, if you want to go to the agriculture building, those buildings have character. You know, I keep my rents low. I like my tenants. The average tenancy mine is from 5 years to 28 years. I raised my rents last year at 2.2%. I was told by the BC assessment that went up 21% this year. I'm fighting that. Again, that's a lost cause. But I will raise some of my rents up to what the rentalsman says, 4%. And I just don't like the Rise building because it's just a big block. If you lower to the Lee building, I could have bought that one, but anyways, in '78. And I just don't like the height. Just doesn't work in Mount Pleasant. It's like everybody says Watson Street. Okay, it's a lane. Actually, it was a lane. I don't know when it changed from a lane to Watson Street. And underneath that pavement, there's cobblestone. And underneath that, there's a sewer line. Then if you want to go in the yellow piece of paper, you mentioned Brewery Creek. The Brewery Creek runs underneath my building. I have a tunnel underneath my building, and the creek is underneath there. Cuts down in front of the Legion, and it cuts across Main Street towards the Raz building. I don't know what they're going to do with it, and that's a creek. The tunnel underneath me is 4x4 to 6 feet tall, and that's a huge creek in there. I don't know what you guys want to do with that thing, but it's there. I don't know what the Rise building is going to do with that creek because it continues all the way down. I don't know where it goes eventually, but so. Anyways, I don't want to. I'm sorry, I'm opposed to it. That's about it. But
okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. And next up is 201 Elizabeth Bryan. And is Elizabeth Bryan here? Speaker number 202, Amy Kazimirchik. Is Amy Kazimirchik here? And 203 Colin Desjardins is here. 204 Sherman Scott, who switched off with Yuri Artevis, and then Graham McGarva. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Colin Desjardins. I'm here as a local resident. I'm also on a couple of boards in the community, so I only speak for myself tonight. I want to read something from David Suzuki called Using Smart Growth to Combat Urban Sprawl in Canada. Canada's towns and cities are at a crossroads. Down one path is urban sprawl. We all know where this well-worn route leads. Endless pavement, long commutes and traffic jams. High in social infrastructure costs, continued sprawl threatens the health of our families, our communities, and the ecosystems that sustain us. In the other direction is an extraordinary new path ending sprawl using the principles of smart growth and creating compact, higher density communities with public transit, bike paths, and walking trails surrounded by precious farmland and green spaces like wetlands and woodlands. Pardon me, I'm used to talking 5 hours a day, not 5 minutes. Anyway, this is pretty instructive because we are at a crossroads here. During law school and university years, I drove for yellow cabs, and back then, 20 years ago, I can tell you the nightmare it was trying to maneuver getting out of town. Back then, I realized how much we needed rail transit, subways, SkyTrain, whatever you want to call it. Excuse me, I'm just trying to remember some of the anecdotes. Back when I was a child or before I was born, growing up in Winnipeg, back then Mayor Stephen Juba wanted a light rail monorail system, and council voted it down and the city thought he was crazy. Here they are 50 years later finally trying to get some form of rapid transit at the cost we know were pretty prohibitive. So anyways, Main Kingsway Broadway is a pivotal point in our city. just like Marine Gate, which I think is an awesome development in terms of the way it was handled, in terms of trying to integrate transit and higher densities. Here in Mount Pleasant, here's a really unique opportunity for Rise Alliance with this project to create something that would integrate such a hub. Any of you know trying to get out to UBC from our area is a nightmare. It takes about 40 minutes from the corner of Commercial and Broadway to UBC. Having sat in all the public transit consultations the last couple of years, the only route we can go is by subway. And here we have a great opportunity integrating not only the Rise Alliance project, but also the proposed development I heard of with Bila, and integrating something that would best utilize the subway system in terms of urban development and higher density. I did have a lot more to say. I didn't expect to be talking tonight, to be honest. And just to make short of that, hey, 19 stories in my view is too small. It should be higher to maximize the fact that we can use increased density and public transit. Some of the things I did want to talk about, and I think Adrian may know something a little more about this in terms of my research. We talked about some of the political implications when a city like ours that's growing, but we're not really growing as a city. It's the outside, the lower mainland is growing. And I'm concerned about how that might impact the power base and the political structure of our city. I mean, with urban sprawl, we risk becoming Metro Toronto. And that really scares me, thinking that we might have a Rob Forbes sitting up here. In any event, I'm for the Rise Alliance project. I'm just sorry that it's not 26 stories in terms of maximizing the subway system that's ultimately going to be coming into our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming to speak. And Sherman Scott, it's back to you.
Mayor, Council, I wanted to speak in favor of the Rise Alliance site. I live at 1088 Quebec, so I live fairly close by. In addition, I'm actually in commercial real estate. I lease retail space, so I wanted to speak to that a little bit. But in my mind, if there was a site that needs densification, is this one. It's such a busy intersection. I've had a look at what Rise is proposing, and I think they've taken a lot of time and listened to a lot of the community. I think what they're doing is a good thing. It's a major transportation route. I know I live on a transportation route. It takes me about 7 minutes to get into work in the morning. I work in downtown Vancouver. I think it's a good thing for the community. And just being in the real estate industry, I also just wanted to mention from a retail perspective, I've heard people comment about retailers and so forth, and from what I've seen, there's a lot of demand in this area for retail, both from local retailers as well as larger groups as well. So I just want to throw that out there for what it is worth as well, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you for being here to speak.
Let's have a question.
Question. You do have a question. Councillor Deal.
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of the retail issue that has been brought up a lot, as you say, and I actually, when I lived in Mount Pleasant, it was right before it was cool. And there was a huge change in the retail of the street about 12, 15 years ago when all the cool sort of shops came in. And I hear people saying that some of those are closing now, and there's fear of the chains coming in. I live near 4th now, and the chains have come in there. Where do you see that? How can you analyze or predict, if you can, whether or not you'll continue to have independent stores in, or whether you have a chain in? Is it dependent on new development nearby? Is it dependent on property taxes? Do you have any notion of what triggers that sort of change?
Yeah, I too was born and raised in Vancouver, so I've seen a lot of change. And there's just different pockets, different areas of Vancouver that different types of retailers want to locate in. And certainly there's a lot of people from Vancouver that want to locate along Main Street. It's an area that people want to be. It's vibrant. It's becoming a little bit more exciting. People want to spend the weekends down there, walk around, check out the shops, go to a restaurant, sit on a patio, have a coffee. So I think people are starting to recognize that. as well as the local residents that currently enjoy it.
Okay. So you think those ones that we're hearing are closing? I mean, I know Cipriano's just closed. I used to eat there all the time. Only for special occasions, though. It was the biggest plate of pasta in town. But he sing to you, so it was cool. But you feel that there's not a decline in the attractiveness of that neighborhood to retail now?
Absolutely not. No, and overall in Vancouver, I think our vacancy rate is less than 3%.
For retail?
For retail, yeah.
Okay.
All
right, I didn't have that number. That's good.
No. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming. Next up is Graham McGarva. He's followed by 208 Brendan Caron, 209 Peter Marcus, 210 Frederick Jacobson. Welcome.
Your Worship, members of Council, I'm Graham McGarva, founding principal of Via Architecture. I support this rezoning proposal, and furthermore, I urge that Council approve it with the artist space and rental housing that was proposed on site instead of through a cash contribution. And I'm going to focus in on one area of I think, deep importance of why this should be supported. My perspective is one of connective communities. It's not a homogeneous spreading of something throughout the city, but the character of communities and how they connect. And city building is a process of continuing renovation. We never finish, but we work with a consistency of purpose so that each action reflects the balance appropriate to its place in time. So key is walkable access to transit and services and the enhancement of a culture of a place. And Mount Pleasant has that, and you've heard a lot about that. Once built, housing improves in relative affordability over time, except where supply is so constrained that demand squeezes out choice. Proponents and many of the opponents are both responding to this squeeze. That's what you're hearing a lot about. But this is not the time for wishful thinking of how things could have been. We don't help affordability by restricting housing supply, and density is essential along frequent transit corridors, and especially at key nodes. I first studied this site in the 1970s as a community planner for the Mount Pleasant Citizens Committee. As well as agitating for improved transit, we advised on the brand new C3A zoning, the zoning that's in place today. Our concern was our decaying community core, as Councillor Deal said before, Mount Pleasant was cool, that was divided and drained of life by a major traffic intersection. We hoped to attract development of 3 FSR, the maximum. That's what we hoped for. The reality was we would get 1 FSR at best if anyone would invest in here. So it's important not to willfully misread the intent of that flexible zoning. I was there. I spoke in favor of it in front of Council in 1974. Now, the 1987 plan followed the same general principles. And 10 years ago, when I was again planning for the extension of the Millennium Line through this area, we studied this specific site in terms of what will it take to help redevelop and bring this key node to its intended outcome. The concern was the same, to restore a strong urban heartbeat, a focus at this place. And we realized that substantial residential density was needed. A solution that may have been built in the 1970s, more was needed by the 2000s. Now, as Main Street Corridor has taken off in terms of street life and then development activity, there is a lot of bittersweet in the flywheel dynamic. And again, you've been hearing for many, many hours about this flywheel of the sweeper change and whether it's decay or growth. So the key thing is to focus in on this site in the context of that whole dynamic. This site and the triangle across the street have the great potential to contribute to community building. They've also been the most difficult to substantively resolve in terms of geometry, form, and function. And of course, when the stuff burnt down a few years ago, I knew for many, many years how all but impossible it was to get any life happening at that site. The difficulty of doing anything with the heritage triangle across the street was a similar thing. So you approved the current Mount Pleasant Community Plan, and it clearly pointed to the outcome of highest community benefit. It addressed the fundamental difference of the north and the south side of Broadway at this triangle. and the big tall tower we're talking about is pushed up the Kingsway axis. So that community plan and this rezoning is the logical outcome of decades, 40 years and nearly 40 years, not quite that old, of community aspiration in response to the tough realities of our times. Now, the design is not complete. That's not necessary for a rezoning, which is primarily considering land use, height, and density. But not only need the iconic aspiration be embedded in the final texture of the architecture, and we've heard about the arcades and Watson Street and so on, and how that is to evolve, it's important that it should be evident in the function that it holds. So this is where I come back to the developer's proposed on-site amenities of affordable rental housing and artist space must be put back on the table. It is part of the celebration of the culture of this place, this very special part of our city called Mount Pleasant.
So you're over your time. If you could wrap it up.
I'll wrap right up. The site is unique. For 40 years, it's been consistently marked out as the community's major node of redevelopment. It is not something to be spread across the neighborhood. And this must be matched with the rental housing artist space as a complement, not any problem at all for the historic neighborhood grain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGarva. And we have, sounds like we have Elizabeth Bryan here, who we missed just a minute ago. Speaker number 201, and then we'll come back to 208, Brendan Karen.
I apologize for being late. I didn't think he'd get to me, so I went for a jog. Okay.
We've been racing through.
I see that, yeah. I learned that as I jogged by, so I went home for my stuff. Okay. And thanks for your patience. I'm Speaker 201. You've heard the same sentiment echoed roughly 200 times, and it's a sentiment I share, but in my own words, so hopefully a little unique. Hello, my name is Elizabeth Bryan, and I moved to Vancouver in 1999. I settled first on the Drive and then in 2000 in a ground-level storefront live-work space in the Winona building at 11th and Main. I am a happy, lucky renter. My landlord, David Kokel, spoke a few minutes ago, and at least 3 other tenants from our building have spoken thus far into the proceedings. This unlikely comradeship is indicative of the type of landowner-tenant relationship that makes Mount Pleasant unique, and it is the spirit of collaborativeness and community that we are fighting to retain in the face of what is inherently faceless, gentrification. In case you can't already tell, I have fallen passionately, irrevocably in love with East Van. This neighborhood has shaped my character, my values, my style, my perspective, and even more than the place where I grew up did. Commercial Drive, Chinatown, the former Canby Village, and most of all Main Street have taught me the value of my dollar and that where I spend it is as important as how I vote. That it be on a bike, not on a car, and that it be in independent businesses, galleries, theaters, bookshops, and cafes, not department stores or chains, and that it go for quality over quantity. This value resounds all over Europe, but hardly resonates in our North American culture that worships the almighty car and outlet mall. I could never have learned this value on Robson or Granville. Canby and Broadway have cast it off as well, and Yaletown's new incarnation as an epicenter of chains and abandoned boutiques laughs in the face of this value. So I feel driven ever eastward in support of it. These are the values that keep the pocket neighborhoods in our city alive and distinct, and it is the cacophony and color of these neighborhoods that visitors and latecomers like myself fall under the spell of. It is what they have come to escape from. No one comes to Vancouver to shop at the Gap or sign up for a cell phone plan in a cardboard storefront. They delight in and envy the ways in which we are different, not the ways in which we are the same. This is why I am in opposition of the proposed development. Although the height is a slightly less contentious issue for me than the design and its intent. It's the design. It's uninspired and lazy. It seems hell-bent on introducing the crushing sameness of the city's worst architecture into our funny, flashy pocket of Vancouver. Let the people in the beige penthouses covet my... Let the people in the beige penthouse covet my grubby, colorful sidewalk life. I don't covet theirs. That's why they want to move to Main Street in the first place, isn't it? Because it can't be for our beachfront or our idyllic parks or canopy of trees. We don't have those things. It's for our artists and our strife, our life. It's because as much as I hate this term, Main Street is riding an 8-year buzz. But all buzz must end, and here's the surest way to kill it. I have friends who have lost their small businesses, their small and unique businesses on Main, not due to less traffic, but due to more. Their rents have increased with property values, tax, and anticipation. They've been replaced by Starbucks and money marts. One friend said she felt forced into the suburbs. In fact, the suburbs are being forced into the city. I argue in contention of former Speaker Mr. Bochuk, who stressed that there were empty storefronts on Broadway but no one to rent them, that the empty storefronts are not the result of low demand or lack of innovation. Rather, they are the result of small business owners who can't keep up with rents that have doubled and tripled overnight in greedy suspense of the deafening buzz that surrounds Mount Pleasant. For if buzz moves at the speed of sound, then realtors move at the speed of light. And when the latter exceeds the former, there is a vacuum. Take Yaletown, for example. When I moved to Vancouver, Yaletown had its own buzz. It became very quickly the center for one-of-a-kind bistro-style dining in Vancouver. The towers climbed, Yaletown surged, and the stores and restaurants pollinated. It felt like the 90s would go on forever. But in fact, golden years tend to follow a fairly precise schedule, as do rents. The little guys fell to the boots of the Keg, Milestones, Cactus Club, Earls, and Subway because money makes no distinction for taste. And of course the Donnelly Group. Who just faithfully and fatally acquired half a city block on Main Street. As a destination neighborhood, Yaletown lost all its thrill for me in 2006. There are still places to shop and places to eat, but few of them are interesting. The store I once worked in went out of business in 2010. So did the two on either side and 4 across the street. That was on mainland alone. There's been a lot of looking to Yaletown throughout these councils as if it were the paragon of successful densification. But success by whose standards? And unlike Mount Pleasant, Yaletown scarcely possessed a soul pre-development. It was light industrial land, not an already pulsing, livable neighborhood of families and working class.
You're at your time. If you could wrap it up.
Okay, I will.
Thanks.
Okay, if the developer and architect honored Mount Pleasant as they claim, then they would aid us in protecting it. Their proposal would have a guaranteed place for local businesses, high-range, mid-range, and social and rental housing and amenities to reflect the diversity of the area. It would have allowed for a plan to resurrect the historical Brewery Creek, which weaves beneath their site. This is the old map from 1897 of the creek and its path. It runs under and across Main, forks at 10th and Watson, and intersects the Rise site. How does Rise intend to wrestle the creek for 100 meters of parking? What a coup if Rise were to restore the creek and the walkway. Main Street has no waterfront or park. Surely whatever economic viability Rise would lose by reducing height could be restored by the allure of a heritage creekfront dwelling. Something must and will go on that corner. We all hope it would be impressive. Most of us are opposed to the development, would support the project more, perhaps entirely, with some cosmetic changes. Surely those who've spoken in favor of the project wouldn't support it any less if it were better tweaked. Changes which amount to little more than increased resourcefulness and imagination on the part of the architect.
Okay, you're way over time.
Okay.
One sentence.
It is
please.
one sentence.
You can send us the rest.
I will. It changes that amount to little more than a decreased net for the developer, and that is a small price for the heart of a community.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak. And next up is Brendan Karen.
I was number 30.
You were?
Yeah, I had myself.
Are you Brendan Karen?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I'm not sure what
protocol is.
Would have happened there. It must be a mistake in the
not really.
On the list.
Yeah, I put myself back on it.
You did. You had them. Yeah, we had you down as withdrawn, but it was a mistake in on the list, the clerk's office. But you had the chance. You spoke.
I spoke
many days ago.
But I also put myself back on the list.
Yeah, and there is no back on the list. Once you've
okay.
spoken, you have your 5 minutes, and
all right.
But you can email us any comments you wish.
I just really have one small comment. Take 10 seconds.
Can you just put it in writing and email it to us?
Well, it's for Mr. Jagg. Mr. Lynn has said that he's not finished with Mount Pleasant. He's going to build lots and lots of buildings here. You told this
Mr. Karen,
lady that she
we need to respect the process.
I'm sorry, thank you.
The 100-odd speakers, or 80 more that we have to go on the list. So sorry about the mix-up on the list. And okay, so we're on to 209, Peter Marcus, and then Frederick Jacobson, Sophia Singh-Surya, Blair Reiki.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson and members of council. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 33 years, 26 of those years in Northern Way Housing Co-op. I have to acknowledge that we're all here on unceded Coast Salish land, and also that working people built, maintained, and served this city, and they're the ones that are going to be affected by all this. Some presentations to you have a strong odor of class bias. To call a 19-story building shoved down the throats of working class and poor residents of Mount Pleasant an upgrade, improvement, or revitalization smack of wealthy and corporate arrogance, elitism, and condescension. And for someone to say that ramp is intimidating turns the issue on its head. It's the developers, etc., that are intimidating the community. How many poor or people of modest incomes will be in this development? None. This and similar developments going up all over the city and region constitute gentrification and class cleansing. Most people, including workers, can't afford condos or are uncertain about their jobs and paying off long-term mortgages. They will be forced out of Metro Vancouver due to the resulting rise in the cost of housing. If this development passes, it will continue the trend. A Green Council cannot support the traffic nightmare resulting from this and other similar projects. Not only will the well-off residents have cars, but those forced out of Mount Pleasant will move to low-density areas for affordable housing, enhancing sprawl and contributing to the auto commute. High-rise and sprawl are complementary, not contradictory. Rise and other developers are speculating on a rapid transit line along Broadway, especially on land around potential stations like Kingsway, Maine. Part of the project is a big box store, possibly a food outlet. Such stores encourage bulk buying, which requires vehicles. Does this not counter the intent of rapid transit? How is all this green? The developers don't give a damn about social, environmental, or economic effects on the community. The bottom line is corporate profits. One effect, despite more units, will be more homelessness, as those with marginal incomes are forced onto the street due to the resulting rising rents. This does not deal with a population increase either. It houses only those who can afford it, such as the jet setters out for a short ski or summer jaunt from who knows where. Real estate speculators buy suites hoping for price rise fortunes, which are nothing but pyramid schemes. Some small businesses think that the project will be a boom, but small businesses' rents will soar, and they will be outflanked by chains and big box stores. We need moratoria on new developments higher than 8 stories and on new condo developments. We desperately need a low-cost and social housing program supported by all government levels. Enough of high-priced, high-rise mausoleums for the well-off. It's time to put developers like Rise in their place and force them to serve the interests of the greater community. This decision requires the political will to say no, to reject this project, and to provide low-cost social housing complement in any subsequent proposal. Now, the previous council, also dominated by yourselves, responded to the community by downsizing the project at Broadway and Fraser from 11 to 8 stories after listening to their concerns. Why is it so different in this project? Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak. And our next speaker is Frederick Jacobson, 210. Frederick Jacobson. Sophia Sengsuria. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yes, you did.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks so much for your time. My name is Sophia Sengsuria, and I am an environmental design graduate from the University of Manitoba's Faculty of Architecture. Affordability and sustainability are of great value to me. I still live like a student, and I will for a while. But I chose to be here because I think the city has great potential, because I love the people here, and I especially feel very connected to my roots being out here. And affordability to me is a lot about smart choices and access to great mobility. I grew up in the same house my whole life before I came here. I've cycled, walked, transited, drove simultaneously in my life at some point as well. And I have to say, I don't believe it is realistic for prime site near a major transit corridor to have any affordable housing. However, I do believe it is necessary in other areas of the neighborhood. It is clear this neighborhood and its views are shared by many, and this is a pivotal moment for Vancouver's growth. Though I live nearby, my office is actually in North Burnaby in a co-op housing complex, and I spend a lot of my downtime here or in Mount Pleasant. And I love that everything I need is there, that I can run into friendly faces all the time, both familiar and new. I must say, though, with respect to the site, I never feel safe really walking around it. I felt even less safe when I lived in Metrotown Burnaby last year, where 30 stories pound down to the pavement with little to no reference to site context. And Dubai was actually mentioned earlier, and it's actually a terrible example, where the tallest building in the world, Burj Khalifa, is over 2,700 feet, smack down on desert. So there's really actually no reference to anything at all. So, yeah, that's Skidmore Owings. But therefore, massing and site context is well articulated by the architect for this proposal, and I feel optimistic and look forward to seeing a smooth transition from this podium to the tower, diverse new retail fronts, hopefully at my eye level, and as well more foot traffic will make me feel safer in that area. The Stella is a really great precedent and beautiful juxtaposition to the heritage that surrounds the area. Mine's the car dealership below it. Nevertheless, the views are great from any vantage point I've seen. I don't think it's intimidating to be around it like the faceless towers in Burnaby. So upon looking at the proposal, I imagine excellent livability, great daylighting solutions, and environmental considerations that haven't been talked much about here. Great alternative transportation options, the bike space, car share spaces, as well as gardening plots on the terrace. I'd like to know how composting would look like in the building, because we need less of biodegradable packaging thrown in plastic bags, but I digress. So all I'm missing is the large community space in this proposal, as well what I missed from the city in general is better integration of landscape design and our numerous days of rain put together. So we have much more potential to offset water runoff and emissions because of our great rainforest climate here. Greater public spaces can follow suit as well. I highly commend Council and the community energy put into this, and would like to give a nod to a great project called This Space that was in Strathcona and Chinatown area. So it utilized social media and a very nice democratic process to vote in what is now a program typology, a local grocery called Harvest. And I think it is important we work together and harness this energy regardless of scale. And we need to push more and point less, positively work together for future developments to come if this is approved. trying to wrap this up here. Due to the nature of this specific item being extended, I did miss my slot as number 99. I apologize. I respect and agree with many other speakers before me, both in support and opposition. I personally support this rezoning proposal because I think it still has a lot of potential, even though I have some reservations about that community art space being missed out. I think what we need is the new to appreciate the old, and I think it'll bring more vibrancy and diversity to the neighborhood that I already love and spent a lot of time in. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming to speak. And you don't have questions? Thanks. Next up, Blair Reiki. Speaker 212, Blair Reiki. Is Goldie Hoffman here? Speaker number 214, Goldie Hoffman. Okay, we're on to 216, Dan Giordano. Dan Giordano. Menard Casey is here, and he's followed by 218, Lance Barelowitz, then Bill Tonelli, and Marilyn Gardner, R.H. Maxwell is 221. Welcome, Mr. Casey.
Thank you. So, I'm not specifically gonna speak to the. I'll mention the planning and why the reason most of the meetings here. I'm just running for member of parliament in Vancouver Centre, having run for mayor twice and once provincially. Just first of all, I do support the application at 180 Kingsway. It allows you to develop for taxes in Vancouver, but outside of the east side, it's my suggestion to all of you that a general election at this point in time must be fair to those who are affected by the promises you all made in your platform, which are ideas, the things that you're stating you'll do for the city is disadvantaged, has to drastically change here. The fact is our constitutional rights, security of person, housing and health are in fact a minimum requirement expected from the government for its citizens. It's my suggestion first to change the word housing for the city's homeless. Reason being for this is best case scenario, you're not actually providing houses. It is called housing and it just seems a little off to me. So you can't rightly call it housing. At best it's an apartment or SROs. Right, so I mean, housing. It just for people that have nothing, it sounds off. Like they're, they have nothing. You can get housing means a house. It means a sustainable environment. It means a life, right? So I don't think that's fair. For the second election now, you promised to build single-room occupancies for war veterans, our single mothers, single fathers, the city's drug-addicted, mentally ill, prostitutes, who all need housing to attain their dreams. You promised to spend $70 million, you said in the housing debate speech. Yet only 20 apartments have been built just before the writ was dropped. Though we thank you for, First United and UGM were pretty modest efforts. You can keep their stuff at First United Storage, and it was over $8 million per year it costs for these guys, First United, it's unbelievable. If you ever go there just as a person, they are feeding and housing a lot of people. Like, it's a mess. It's just...
Mr. Casey, if you could keep focused on the application for this project.
Okay.
Thanks.
So for 180 Kingsway, it's my point that building up and out, it's important to sustain growth in population. But our point, for people that are homeless and have nothing, it's my point that if you want to build up and out in Kingsway to sustain greater density with developers, couldn't you do that? And you're going to be able to secure more taxes. You're going to make more money if you build bigger projects with bigger developers. Why do you have to do it? Like, I live at Brandeis, that Potato Theater next door. Not only the noise we have to put up with, but we're talking about people who have nothing. My point is, if you go with bigger developers, you're going to build a bigger project. You're going to make more money. Then you don't, as a city council, you don't have to invade our East End. Like, that's all we have left. We're talking about poor people, mentally ill, war veterans, to drug addicted, prostitutes. Every one of these people has a constitutional right to housing and health. And the more you tweak the bylaws, like the STIR program, I don't know if that's on or off, you're invading the space, the only space, Canada's poorest postal code that we have left as poor people, working poor. That's it.
Okay. Thanks for coming to speak. All right. So next up, Lance Barelowitz, speaker number 218. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Lance Barelowitz. As some of you know, I'm a professional urban planner and I'm principal of Urban Forum Associates, Town Planning and Urban Design, and we provide planning services to both the public and private sectors. As some of you also may know, I'm also a commentator on urban issues in Vancouver and have written widely about our city, including the book Dream City, Vancouver and the Global Imagination. I've also served on the city's urban design panel, and I'm a past chair of the Vancouver City Planning Commission. I'm speaking here tonight in my own personal capacity, not on behalf of any interest group or client, and I have no direct interest in this project. I want to begin by saying that I strongly support the need for densification across the city as a key tool for creating a more sustainable, compact city and helping to address issues of affordability and sustainability. Increased densification is generally a good thing, and especially so at a major transit hub such as Main and Broadway. The merits of densification are well established, and this site should absolutely take its reasonable share. However, having reviewed the applicant's drawings and renderings, and having also spent some time reviewing the site context, I have to say that I do have some legitimate concerns with this project. I have two areas of concern. Firstly, the project's proposed scale, massing, height, and poor fit into the surrounding context. I think that it's significantly out of scale with the surrounding urban fabric, and any reasonable person would acknowledge that. The project is perhaps being asked to do too many things. The site is constrained, and the surrounding context is sensitive, perhaps too sensitive, to accommodate a project of this scale as proposed. And if I was still on the urban design panel, I would be saying the same thing as I am this evening, with all due respect to the developer and the architects, who I know personally, respect and admire. As we know, Mount Pleasant is undergoing substantial growth. There is a good thing in that. New developments have added additional housing and brought new people, goods and services to the area, and they support the evolution of the area into a more compact, mixed-use, transit-oriented neighborhood. Several recent developments in the surrounding area have all contributed towards an emerging and clear sense of scale and massing, with heights typically between the 8 and 10-story level, and lower projects along Main Street. Some of the projects comparable in the surrounding few blocks include the LiveWork project at 11th Avenue in Prince Edward, which is 7 floors, the Sophia on 11th, which is 8 floors, the Uptown project under construction by Concord Pacific, which will be 9 floors, 55 Kingsway, which is 9, 1 Kingsway, the Community Centre project, which is 10, Uno on Kingsway, which is also 10, and capping it out is Stella at 12. And this emerging sense of scale, built form and height is contributing towards a strong, unique urban identity for the area. It feels right, and it respects the surrounding historic urban fabric, while accommodating a substantial amount of densification. The RISE project, proposed at about 214 feet in height and 148 feet in width across the East 10th Avenue facade, will be significantly out of context, and it will set a challenging precedent. There is nothing similar in scale to what is being proposed. I'd invite members of Council to think of this comparison. If you know the 1950s era apartment slab building on English Bay between the Sylvia Hotel and Denman Street, Ocean Towers as it's called, it's approximately 50 meters or 164 feet wide and 19 floors tall. And with its very wide floor slab, us planners often point to it as a classic example of bad Vancouver urbanism. Well, guess what? The proposed RISE slab is almost as wide at approximately 45 meters or 148 feet on 10th Avenue and is very similar in height. And it's a large, very broad floor plate, and it's a built form that is problematic not only in the West End, but also in Mount Pleasant, I would suggest. The second area of significant concern that I have, and that I think you should reconsider, is the public amenity package that this project will deliver if you approve it as is. Other than the community amenity contribution money, which the city will take and spend elsewhere, the project itself does very little for the surrounding neighborhood. It creates no new open public space. It compromises Watson Street. It will shadow the Heritage Triangle to the north. It will block views. It provides no artistic or cultural space on site. And it contributes very little to housing affordability now that the STIR rental units have been removed. It seems to me that we as a city, if we as a city are going to sell density to private developers in order to pay for public amenities, we should be getting a better deal than this project is currently delivering. And there are multiple policies in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan that speak to the needs and priorities of this community, which could be addressed by this project on or near to its site. On the other hand, maybe this is part of the problem, and perhaps we're asking the project to do too much, as the more that the city loads up its ask, the more the developer needs to add to the revenue-producing product, hence the increasing scale of development. It is a conundrum, and I respect the difficulty that the developer is faced with. As one who supports progressive planning policy, recognizes the merits of densification, and appreciates the developer's legitimate need to cover his risk, I offer my comments with all due respect to those concerned as an independent professional urban planner with no interest in the project. I see my time is up. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. We have a question. Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Brillowitz. You made a comment that was a little disturbing to me, where you said the CACs will definitely be spent elsewhere. What evidence do you have that this council would do that? That's a fairly charged statement, and I was wondering what makes you think that it would be spent elsewhere, and what you meant by elsewhere.
I can clarify that by all means.
So.
I mean by off the site. It will not be spent on that site.
Okay, well that makes it much clearer. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And is it possible for you to email us your presentation?
Yes, it is, Councillor.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. You made reference to the comparison to the building near the Sylvia, and also made comment that there can be problems associated with the mass of the design. I noticed down there that there is considerable wind tunneling effect. I mean, yes, it's close to the ocean, but is it in your experience common to see increased wind tunneling effect with such massive footprint?
Wind tunneling is an inexact science, and certainly I'm not a scientist of it, Councillor. I think that different tower forms or different building forms can produce different wind tunneling effects depending on the microclimate in around the area. I can't speak to the specifics of that particular project and its potential wind tunneling effect.
Okay.
I'm just not an expert in that area.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councillor Louis, questions.
Thank you. So just for my clarity, if the development proposal included the artist space and the STIR units, as you've described as being a positive component, would you be okay with the height then? Because you also said somewhere in the range of 10 to 12, or what was it, 8 to 10 is the pattern that you would prefer. But would
or even 12, which is what Stella is, which yes. Incidentally is designed by the same talented architect.
Yes.
Perhaps something like that, or perhaps even more than that, recognizing its significance as a transit hub. And I totally support the principle of densifying the site. I just think that the architecture is not fully resolved and that the site is constrained.
So you're not in favor of the 19 stories no matter what?
Probably not, no. Although I do think that if the shape and the form of the architecture were able to be more manipulated, then there might be an argument to be made for a tall building of that kind of height. I've yet to see the argument, so I'd reserve judgment. But I wouldn't rule it out completely. Okay. I do think, though, that it's a package of things that have to be looked at in their totality.
Just your comment in relation to the wall, the large wall, and then you made reference to the Sylvia, which reminded me of some books that I've read, and that described the Sylvia and its time of creation as one of the tallest buildings in the Commonwealth, and certainly out of place at that time. And so, what's your comments on that? Because it seems like the built form is what you're mostly focusing on as being out of character for the area. But when is a good time to step out of the norm, so to speak?
I think the site should absolutely step out of the norm, so to speak, and should earn its increased height and density through being an iconic piece of architecture. Should be a landmark. I have no problem with that in principle. And I think the architects could do that if there were fewer constraints on the development pro forma.
What do you mean by?
But I also, Councillor, am most concerned about the lack of community amenity contributions on site. And I do think that if some of those contributions were able to be accommodated on site, you could actually see a better project. For example, I think it's too bad that the adjacent site, which I understand the developer tried to acquire for the future transit plaza that we all know is coming down the road at Broadway and Main, is not part of the project, because then we could get a more complete transit-oriented development project that would actually serve both the developer's interests and the greater public interest. Right now what we're going to get is a development that does a bunch of things on a very constrained site and doesn't do some of the important public amenity benefits that I know you all care dearly for and obviously the community is concerned about.
So how do we square that circle and get everything that you want in a constrained site?
Not what I want, but for example, if it was Council's wish, the city could exercise its powers under eminent domain and acquire that adjacent site, and that could be paid for through this development, for example, as a direct amenity contribution. There's a thought.
Okay. That would mean, though, is no artist space and no stir, because somebody would have to pay for that site beside.
Absolutely, and I'm not suggesting that only the one site can do everything. But I just feel that there isn't sufficient return on the public investment in this project as it stands today.
Okay, so your preference would be a larger site. Don't try to do it all in a constrained site, and due to the economic circumstances, even if it meant no artist contribution or affordable housing contribution, that would be preferable.
Well, I'll leave it for others to decide what's the most important priority, but all of those things are of great importance to different sectors of society, and some will be able to be accommodated and perhaps some won't. Right now we're seeing very little being accommodated. We're simply seeing a cash in lieu contribution which could be spent elsewhere off the site, and we've yet to see what that will look like. And I think that's part of the nervousness and cynicism that you're hearing from the community, is that they don't see the compensating benefit for the project.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Councillor Meggs has questions.
Yes, Mr. Rose. Perhaps like Councillor Louis, I don't know. I find myself a bit confused by what I think are conflicting suggestions in your comments. So I'll try to reconcile them once or so. But on the one hand, it sounded to me like you were arguing that the best building design would be something in the 8 to 12 story range, which would be significantly shorter than what is proposed here. The density is arguable, but this building runs, I recall here, 5 to 9 around the podium anyway. So, yes. So how would we achieve more? I mean, you also made the comment that we're asking the site to do too much, but at the same time, you'd like us to have it perform at higher level of architectural excellence, keep amenities on the site, but the density would be lower, the height would be lower. How do we, I think like Councillor Louis, I'm unable to see how those all piece together, but I'm probably tired.
Well, Councillor Meggs, it won't be the first time that I've been accused of being confused, so thank you for that.
No, I think I take responsibility for confusion.
I'm probably responsible for that. However, I do think that perhaps too much is being squeezed onto the site, to put it simply. And perhaps if we were able to find to take a step back and to review the design brief that the architects have been given, if they were given more flexibility, we could come up with a more elegant, iconic building. So that probably implies less development on that given site. I accept that. Although it might, to somebody else's question here, it might imply a slimmer but taller form. I don't know. And that would be interesting to review. But I also do think that the amenity contribution piece was in fact originally proposed to be included on the site, as I understand it, and that has now been removed. Whether that's at the behest of the city or whether it's at the behest of the developer, I'm not entirely clear. It seems to me that that's worth revisiting. And if it was possible to get some of those amenities on the site once upon a time, it should be possible again. And it should be possible to get even more of those on the site if this was designed in a larger context, as I've suggested, for example, to include the adjacent site between Watson and Main on Broadway, which I think is absolutely critical. If this is going to be an iconic, landmark, high-density, mixed-use, transit-oriented development, we should be designing the transit interchange as part of it. You can't really do one without the other.
I'm intrigued by the applause because my sense is that the community in general, many of the people we've heard, have been would not necessarily support this building because it had transit under it. You know, I mean, I understand the arguments for transit-oriented development. Well, I'm just responding to Mr. Borelowitz, but my concern is that there's a strong view out there, and maybe you can comment on this as the last one, and we should move on. But there's been a strong position of advocacy taken by many leaders in the community for much more density at transit hubs, and everyone expects this to be a transit hub. It is already. But at the same time, a strong feeling in the community that the results of these densities are unacceptable for the current community form. What would you say to those people?
Well, with respect to those people, I disagree in principle. I do think that it should be a higher density hub around the transit node, and this will become a more important transit node as part of our regional transportation system. I think we all know that. What this particular site, and remember there are 4 or 5 or 6 sites around that transit hub, including the Heritage Triangle, which the Mount Pleasant Community Plan looks to keeping as a very low density, low rise sort of preserved area. So if we're not allowing density on the north side, then it has to go somewhere else as well. So in principle, I agree with that absolutely. It's sound planning policy, and I endorse that. I just think that what we're seeing today, as the proposal stands today, is we're trying to squeeze, as it was referred to by in Paris with the Opera House and plus Bastille, we're trying to squeeze a hippopotamus into a bathtub. And I just think that either the hippopotamus has to go on diet or the bathtub has to get bigger.
Thanks for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Berlowitz, for coming. And next up is Bill Tonelli, speaker number 219. He's followed by Marilyn Gardner, R.H. Maxwell, Pietro Sammarco. Welcome, Mr. Tonelli.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for having me so late. And Mr. Mayor and members of council, I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the Rise Alliance project. Our family owns and operates a small business in Mount Pleasant and have done so for nearly 6 years now. Recently, we moved to a new location just 2 blocks from the proposed site. In our view, Mr. Mayor, members of council, this project is critical to our continued success as a business, as a small business, I might add. The site is currently underutilized, and a development including significant housing and retail space directly in the transit only makes sense from our point of view. It's a prime location, close to downtown, and immediately adjacent to countless amenities, allowing future residents to easily walk and to walk to and get to all their daily needs. Transit is of fundamental importance to our business, Mr. Mayor. Through the year, and particularly in the summer months, we draw from the numerous tourists that come to our fine city. Our new store location is well served by existing transit, particularly the Canada Line and the Broadway bus service. Future expansion of rapid transit along the Broadway corridor will only benefit the people living in the Mount Pleasant area, as well as the business that we run and other small businesses in the area as well. This application represents a very positive move for the area, and in turn, a very positive move for our business. The introduction of more patrons will allow us and other businesses to continue to grow and thrive in this community. It also represents a positive step forward for the City of Vancouver. Vancouver, as well as other cities, face significant challenges as the region grows. Demand for housing far exceeds the supply, and the costs are steadily on the rise, as we all know. Projects providing housing and other amenities at strategic locations like this will allow us to grow in a sustainable manner, in my view, providing more homes for a growing city. I understand that there is much concern that the new retail space is out of reach of local independent retailers. I'm here to say tonight it is indeed an important consideration. As a chartered accountant, I gave careful consideration to this factor as we relocated our business. While our move to the new retail space, been an increase in our monthly lease rates, the quality of the new space and the benefits we and our customers will experience, given their superior retail space, far exceeds, in my opinion, the increased costs that we are bearing. Mr. Mayor and members of council, I do appreciate the challenge that is before you. Having been a city councillor myself in the past in the Lower Mainland community, I urge you to stick with the vision that you have for the city and for the Mount Pleasant community. We look forward to running our store in a vibrant Mount Pleasant and welcome this development, its future residences, and the business to the community. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Thank you. You have questions from Councillor Louis.
First question, which municipality?
City of Langley.
All right. Councillor Deal is too slow on the Google.
I'm sure it's there.
I'm just trying to square this circle, another circle, which is we've heard from other businesses that are fearful of the increased costs as a result of the increased rental rates that might be charged to the small retailers in the area. And what's your comment on that? You know, you said that you could justify it in your situation because better space and you expect to have a higher amount of foot traffic coming into your store.
Correct.
What do you say to the other?
Our current
businesses?
lease rates actually for the next 2 years are no different than the lease rates in our old location. Our old location will be up for redevelopment. I saw a sign on that building this afternoon when I was downtown. The lease rates are very, in my opinion, an insignificant part of doing business. They're just a cost of doing business. But what you have to realize is that you have to provide proper accommodations, display your stock. You have to be able to bring your people into a very suitable area where they can explore the opportunities that you have, that they want to buy from you, where you can meet their needs, their desires, their wants, and where you can deliver to them the things that they have come to the store for. If you don't have a good location, this is not going to do it for you. This current location, okay, 5 years from now, the lease rates will still be on a square footage basis relative to the sales that we have planned for this area for our store will be very reasonable, in my opinion. And I've been in business for 40 years, and I've talked to businesses that have $500,000 in sales up to $45 million in sales. And they'll all tell you that the lease cost and all costs of business is very important. But you have to go out and have the proper space, pay the proper rent, and go out and get business for your store.
Okay. Well, you've answered my next question, which is how long you've been in business, which is 40 years. Well, I can't resist this one. If the lease rate is insignificant, then your property taxes must be insignificant too, because it's much lower. And as a former councillor, you'll appreciate the question.
Property taxes are always a big question for anybody. Lease costs, property taxes, wages, cost of importing your product into this country, harmonized sales tax, property purchase transfer tax, they're all very significant issues in dealing with a business. But the vast majority of businesses spend a lot of time focusing on those costs. And I can walk into any business that has $1 million in costs, and I can say to them today, I can save you $1 million today. I can save you $1 million in costs today. Very simple. Just close your doors. Then you don't incur any cost. Now, that might sound facetious and funny, but what a lot of businesses do is they focus in on the cost, and rightly so. But they have to devote double that amount of time, in my opinion, in looking at how they're going to generate revenues. They have to look at how they're going to meet the needs of the people that they're trying to sell their product to. Maybe they don't have the right mixture of product. Maybe they don't have the right training for their salespeople. Maybe they don't have the right focus or vision. Maybe they don't have the right leadership. Those are all very important things as well. So when you look at it, it's a great tapestry that we have to weave very carefully. Fundamentally, location is important. Fundamentally, having the right transportation is critical. Fundamentally, having a city that devotes their energies to improving areas for small businesses such as ours by having a greater density is of great value to us.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for coming to speak.
Thank you.
And next up, Marilyn Gardner, 220. And we may have room for another speaker or two before we hit our 11 o'clock closing time. Welcome.
Good evening. I wasn't expecting to speak tonight, so I didn't bring my speech, so I'm going totally by memory.
Even
so
better.
Bear with me. So first of all, I would like to say that I am a resident of Mount Pleasant, and I am against the proposed project. Many of our neighborhood residents, friends, are not here or have not signed up to speak because they feel that the decision has already been made. Okay? There is a lot of talk. In French, we say it's un fait accompli. A decision has been made, but thank you for giving us the opportunity to at least voice our concerns or our thoughts. When I was here on the 27th, there was somebody that spoke that what a great area the crossroads were, because you could get, he was showing a map where you can get in 15 minutes to various locations, which is fantastic. So again, my question is, why do we need 320 parking spots? You, Mr. Mayor, have said that we want to be the greenest city by 2020. Why don't we start with this project? Why don't we eliminate the 320 parking spots, or maybe, you know what, put in 10 for electrical cars, okay? Everybody else can go on transit. And on that note, I think that the big box stores, it's really not a place for it to be. I know that there's going to be a redevelopment where Bilo is, and that's a little bit different situation because we're already kind of used to having the big box store there. But I think it's more important to have small retail locations for our neighbors, residents that live in the area that want to expand their businesses. Again, somebody mentioned that on 10th Avenue, the bike lanes, another green initiative by the city. 10th Avenue is used constantly. I think that this project is really going to hinder the people that use their bicycles on a daily basis. The increased traffic, the big trucks delivering whatever they'll be delivering to the big box store, I think will just be taking away from the bicyclists and the pedestrians. Let's not forget the pedestrians, which I am one. Interestingly enough, I went by on Sunday the district, which is a new development. There were tons of realtor signs outside. So I walked by and I asked one of the realtors, I said, wow, there seems to be a lot of open houses. She says, oh yes, we have at least 35 units that are vacant, for sale, not occupied. Okay? And I believe there's about 18 realtors that live in this project already. Also, where is what about the Olympic Village? How many spots are available in the Olympic Village that hasn't been sold yet? So, I think where we're missing the point here is that many of us are not against the development per se. I think that we're against an irresponsible development. To me, 19 stories is way too high, way too big for that site. It's not, as everybody says, iconic. I mean, we even asked McDonald's when they're coming into an area, you must fit into the neighborhood. This does not fit into our neighborhood. Here's another suggestion. I'm not an architect and I'm not an urban planner. But instead of 19 stories, why don't you make 3 towers of 8 stories in that area? What would be wrong with that? Question. Okay. So, to me, I think in order for us to continue to have that area as the heart of Mount Pleasant, we have to ask the developer, the architects, to go back to the drawing board maybe and come up with another plan for that area. Totally for the development, densification, but I think 19 stories is ridiculous. And we live in a wonderful neighborhood, and I think, Mr. Mayor and councillors, all I'm doing here is I'm asking you to do the right thing. Let's be green. Let's think about this project before just shoving it through and making everybody have to deal with it after. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Louis, do you have questions? You? No questions for you? Thank you for coming to speak.
Come on. Thank you for your time. We're all tired. It's time for a glass of wine.
You're here. So next up, and this will be our last speaker, R.H. Maxwell, speaker 221. R.H. Maxwell, Mr. San Marco, it's your lucky night, because you are our last speaker.
All right. Thanks. I've been editing this since 6 o'clock, so I hope it's still coherent. My name is Pietro Smarco. I've been living at East 11th and Glen for 15 years, and I'm opposed to RISE's current request. I'm not opposed to having a building being built on the spot, which I think is kind of confusing the issue a lot of times. So RISE justifies the merit of their proposal in part based on a need to house a growing population, and we're not opposing the need for housing when we oppose RISE's proposal. The discussion should not be framed around needing to house the new growing population, because we aren't against housing people. We aren't against densification. In fact, as has been said earlier tonight, we already have housing problems, and we don't need to wait another 25 years for another million to come in. What I oppose is the manner in which it's being done, and which undermines the community by excluding it. What we're opposing here isn't just a building. I think you'll agree that a robust community culture and therefore vibrant city is more than a bunch of individuals minding their own business. The Mount Pleasant Community Plan was drafted to help the city promote a meaningful neighborhood. RISE's proposed structure would be violent to the extent that it ignores most of the important social issues that the community plan aims to help, for example. The proposal doesn't include, for example, a community art and culture space or affordable housing, as has been mentioned lots of times. And I wonder, I don't understand how the city could consider rezoning without requirements that address Vancouver's lack of these. Buildings aren't simply private structures. They're a community's circulatory system, a nervous system, and they can enhance or prevent feelings of community and citizenship, which are built when we are concerned with participating in each other's lives. So RISE is a business, and perhaps we shouldn't expect them to be interested in aspects related to long-term community building, especially if those aspects get in the way of short-term gains. There's nothing wrong with making money, except that it can easily tend to make you forget about community issues, detach, desensitize, abstract problems. And so I think I want to stress that I feel City Council's aim should be for long-term community development, and I believe it's a priority for Council to facilitate this and even ensure that it happens. Ultimately, any benefits that I've heard proponents of RISE give are attainable within the current code, and voting to rezone isn't necessarily voting for densification. Just the same way that by opposing the need for housing, that I'm not opposing the need for housing when I oppose the current RISE proposal. I don't think that the opposite is true either. That voting to rezone is necessarily voting for densification. The two things aren't necessarily connected. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Thanks for coming out to speak. So we need to wrap up in a couple minutes here, and I'm going to give councillors an opportunity to leave some questions with staff. We have a few minutes before 11, and maybe staff can come back with responses tomorrow night, if we can turn that around quickly enough. So I've got Councillor Carr first on the queue.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm busily typing out my questions so that they can happen. Yes, I realize I gave them verbally last time, and that was more difficult. I'm just finishing the last one, and I am sending it to the clerk, so I think she'll be appropriate. My questions are simply in follow-up to the earlier staff report we got around increased building height that saves developers money, but again, there was no answer, or it left unanswered whether or not, you don't have to write this down, it's in a point form for you, but it for the sake of all councillors knowing it, but it leaves unanswered whether the savings are passed on. And I would like, if possible, if you can find a building of about 19 stories, a condo building in a neighborhood of low-rise or medium-rise housing development, and just give an assessment as to whether or not the actual selling price in that building, how does it compare to the average selling price elsewhere in the neighborhood? I'm really trying to get at if height delivers any kind of affordability by any experience that we've got in the city. Secondly, I want to know about the goal of affordable housing. Somebody mentioned amongst the speakers tonight about a 20% affordable housing goal. Is it at all relevant to this project? And how do you calculate the CAC for affordable housing? Like, what are your criteria for that in terms of achieving affordable housing? 3, how long does the proposed separated bike lane stretch and the access and egress that I mentioned earlier? I asked that question. And 4, in terms of the transit surface, how full to capacity is it now? And what are the plans for the transit hub? Timing, et cetera, if you've got any ideas about that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions. Councillor Carr kind of grabbed a couple of them. One was from some of the speakers. One was regarding, and we've heard this quite a few times, on population growth, and I wonder if we can get a clarification on what is the population growth of Vancouver traditionally and projected, and what does it maybe include the population growth of the Lower Mainland as well? I think we're getting confused by those two numbers. The other one was, for a few speakers say that they felt that the height, the high rise wasn't mentioned at these community meetings, and I'm wondering if we have any evidence or proof that it actually was presented in many of the meetings, or if why they would, this perception's out there. I'd like to know why that is. And then there was one person speaking to regarding strata imposed rental restrictions. Traditionally, I'd like to know, or maybe you can present us with the rules on rental restrictions in strata buildings and how that actually works, who makes that decision in a development, whether it's the developer or the strata itself or in a new building. So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Deal.
Yeah, most of them have been asked, but I missed a couple of seconds what you were saying, because I was writing down what I wanted to say. Sorry. The parking issue. Can you review that again of why there are that number of spaces in the site? Because it is a transit hub. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Deal. Councillor Louie.
Okay, let's see. Specific data on business impacts. We've heard a diversity of opinion. Is there anything that we have, like some of the comments that were made around Knight and Kingsway seems to be working okay there, but do we have anything specific of when there's been redevelopment of fairly significant nature, what the impacts have been around our city? So that's one. I think that's it that I have. Just to review why staff, to be clear, it was a staff recommendation to take a cash in lieu payment rather than landing the amenities within the project, and perhaps just a bit of a review on that at the next meeting on why staff are making that presentation or making that recommendation to council.
Thanks, Councillor Louie. Councillor Meggs.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, to develop Councillor Deal's question a little more, I mean, I've read the report. I understand that there's already been a reduction in parking spaces and an allocation of co-op spaces, but I often wonder when I'm in the much larger big box parking spaces here on Canby, whether the utilization is there. It often appears to me, and I don't go down there very often in a car, that the parking allocated there has not been fully utilized. So I'm wondering if we could consider, because I've also been approached, I have to give you some context, I'm sorry to follow up the question, about the use of space that would otherwise be used for parking for art space. So I'm wondering if the design could be amended in such a way that it could be used flexibly either for parking or for art space. In other words, if the life safety exits were there and the sprinklers anyway and there's light and so forth, it wouldn't be a eastern exposure for painting in a studio view or anything, but it might be possible to multi-purpose the space from the beginning and achieve some of the community objectives, that's all. So my question is, would that be possible?
Thank you, Councillor Meigs. And I have the last question here, and that is about Brewery Creek. We heard from a few speakers that they thought Brewery Creek might run right under this site in what sounds like a very large pipe. If you could just clarify how the creek's being dealt with, if the parking is intruding, if there are challenges related to that, and maybe any historical ideas or approaches that being considered about what the future of Brewery Creek is if it's not way down underground in a big pipe. Okay, that's it for the questions, and we are at our time, so we are reconvening this meeting tomorrow night at 6 p.m. We're on speaker number 223, that's Ian Williams. And I just want to thank all the speakers for coming tonight. We had lots of great speakers from the community, lots of expertise, lots of great presentations, and that passion and commitment to the community is much, much appreciated by all of us. And I really thank you all for coming, and all of you for hanging in. Those are here right to the end at 11 o'clock. So I will, in closing this, just remind Council it's very important that you do not engage in any discussion or correspondence in regard to this application. If anyone has correspondence or notes to send, they go to mayorandcouncil@vancouver.ca. And 6 p.m. tomorrow night is when we will reconvene. So this meeting is recessed. Thanks, everyone.